Right. Hmm. Test. Test. Yeah, I think it's on. Right then. Continue. Yeah, it's on now. Tongue. Though it might sound hypocritical to say so, seeing him like that, I did feel a bit sad. Even if he was killed, he wouldn't have wanted to end up like that. I shouldn't have let it happen, even if I kill him. Maybe only that swine demon who eats live kids deserves such a fate. Eh, but how could that be possible? Some people were born into wealth and privilege, destined for a life of luxury. No matter how far they fell, they still wouldn't end up being cooked right. The meat looks cooked white. We'll have to bag it soon. After cooking for a while, I noticed the meat was almost done, so I talked to Mansui beside me. Okay, she softly replied, her eyes still fixed on the rolling meat. After bagging it up, we'll need to clean this place too. The blood smells too strong. Got to scrub it off. Okay, she nodded in agreement. Tonight you'll sleep in my room. Tomorrow we'll roast the lambs and explain. Got it. She nodded. The last was likely worn out. She was keeping her responses short and to the point. Asking her anything, I'll just get a quick answer. She looked tired. Maybe all the lambs are like that. They want to sleep when it's time. Master Liang. She suddenly spoke, as if wanting to tell me something. What's up? I'm a bit hungry. Can't get into the inn's kitchen. I'll get you some rations later. No need. Although I'm hungry, I don't want to eat anything. Fair enough. Let's take a bath after we're all done. Okay. After a quick break, we resumed work once the meat was cooked. I packed the cooked meat into a bag and dumped the rest into the cesspool. She cleaned the blood-stained tub and scrubbed the bathhouse repeatedly. When we finished all that, we took a bath in the bathhouse. I used the tub, she used the bucket, both of us washing separately. Maybe we were just too tired and wanting to finish quickly and go to bed. Maybe it was just dissecting Tom's body together. Me and the lass, we were used to each other. Weren't shy anymore. After our bath, we only slept for about an hour. Shortly after returning to our room, the sky outside began to lighten, with distant bells followed by roosters and dogs barking. I woke up first, then nudged the lass beside me, and went next door to wake up the other lambs. I gathered them to discuss our next move. Listen up, plans have changed. We're not heading to Loyang right now, for now. I solemnly announced the new plan to the lambs. They looked at each other, then back at me, speechless. Pack up, we're heading north to Haizo. Once we're there, I'll announce our next move. Master? Suddenly, Clear called out to me, sounding worried. What's up? I frowned slightly. Before, Master Yin-san said we could only eat our fill in Loyang, that there's an endless steam buns there. Yeah, Master Liao, weren't we going to Loyang? Why the sudden change? The two sisters seemed really down. I figured Yin-san and Tong had been lying to them for a while. They kept saying Loyang would be paradise with endless food. Loyang, with its endless steam buns, had become their dreams. How do I break it to them gently? Let them know Loyang's a good spot, but once they are there, they'll be devoured alive. If I told them straight up, they would get it, might not even buy it. I froze, didn't know how to break it to them. Master Liang heard the people who attack us in Loyang aren't good, so he's taking us somewhere safer. Don't worry, life at Haizhou will be better than Loyang. Master Liang wouldn't lie to us. Just when I didn't know what to tell the sisters, the last spoke up for me. Queer and Honga widened their eyes, looking at Mansui. Yeah, if Sister Tui say it, trust Master Liang. Sure, I wanted to go to Loyang, but if Master Liang says Haizel's better, then it must be. Xianghua smiled, reassuring the sisters. Well, if everyone says so, then we'll trust Master Liang. If we're not going, we're not going. Kuya, trust Master Liang, you're a good guy. Hong Er and Kuya smiled at me, especially Kuya, who looked at me with trust in her eyes. I paused, feeling a warm sensation in my chest, unable to find the words. I couldn't deny it. Being trusted like this felt pretty good. Felt pretty good. Afterward, I untied the lambs. I got some fruit from the inn and gave it to them to eat before planning to leave. Before leaving, I asked Mansui to watch over the lambs and went back to the bathhouse. After airing it out, most of the blood and strange smell had gone away. Though there was still a faint odd smell, since this place didn't usually have many guests, it shouldn't raise the waiter's suspicions for him to investigate. I double-checked for any blood stains. Then, once I was completely at ease, I led the lambs out of the inn. As I hit the street of Shanzhou and loaded the cooked meat onto the pack horse. However, two strange characters caught my attention. They were standing at its entrance. One fat and tall, the other skinny and short, dressed like caravan guards, with mean looks on their faces. The fat guy stood 9 feet tall. Oh shit. Bearing a ferocious look, it was immediately apparent that he was the difficult to deal with type. While the skinny one had a shifty look in his eyes, one could tell that he wasn't good either. I let the lambs out, Mansui leading one pack horse while I led the others. Their eyes stayed glued to us, slowly moving as we walked. Something was off. Who were they? I stopped. Just as I started to wonder, the fat guy called out. I stopped and the other lambs followed suit. What's up? You know Xixing? He asked me in a low voice. I didn't reply immediately. Cold sweat beaded on my forehead and palms. No good. This guy was shady. Xixing was Tong's real name. This guy was probably called over by Tong. Don't know him. Who's Xixing? I forced myself to stay calm, speaking coldly to the fat guy. He didn't answer, just glared at me harder. Where are you all from? Why should I tell you? He kept asking, and I got annoyed, snapping at him. At the same time, I reached for the blade and the pack horse, ready to draw. Shanzhou is no small village. Drawing blade in the street is forbidden, but this inn's location was remote. It'd be a while before city guards would arrive. If possible, I didn't want to start a fight with this guy, but he really was Tong's man. If he found out I'd taken out Tong, then I have to fight him here, right here. What is that fat guy packing? He has a short blunt weapon on his back. He spit like a tank, so close combat isn't in my favor. But I can draw my blade fast. I might catch him off guard. Alright, Behammer, don't be a troublemaker. Just as things were beating, the skinny guy called out the fat guy's name, stopping him. He said he doesn't know Xixing, so he doesn't. Why are we bothering him? He's just leaving this in with the kids. He's going to be doing business. Doesn't matter with his hustle. But aren't we here to pick up the kids too? Xixing said there's big money here. He said he'd meet here with the rooster crow when the rooster crows, but he's nowhere to be seen. Can I ask? Shh. What's with all the talk? You forgot what I told? You forget what I told you? Your mother said to listen to me when we're out. Less talk, more action. Bro, no hard feelings, alright? No hard feelings. Suspicioso. The fat guy and skinny guy argue some more, and the skinny guy apologized to me. No big deal, it's open. If you're searching for someone, you can check inside. I calmly told the skinny guy, giving them a hint. Alright, buddy, we'll go in a bit. The skinny guy agreed and then told the fat guy to stand at a distance. Then they kept their eyes on the inn. Let's go, everything's settled, I told Mansui and other lamb. So we set off again on our journey. We're headed to outside Shanzhou, then up north to Jian, finally Haizhou. I reckon those two, one fat and one skinny, were probably hired by Tong. There might be caravan guards or bandits. I had a guess, but I had a guess about why they were here. The proposal Tang cooked up for me last night was just a con. He was just trying to keep me calm so I wouldn't fight back. Come the next day, he'd bring the men ready to take me out and then let those two take over my job. Tang, you you haven't changed one bit. Speaking of that, those two men were pretty interesting. The fat guy acts tough, the skinny guy talks smooth. The fat guy throws fists, and the skinny guy smooth things over. Kinda feel like me and Tang brings back some memories. What do you think? Thinking about it, I couldn't resist leaning towards the pack horse and whispering softly. Of course, there would be no response from either the horse or the bag on its back. Xianghua. Closest to me, Xianghua heard my voice and gave me a curious glance, wondering why I suddenly start talking to myself. At this moment, perhaps only Mansui and I knew the truth, that I wasn't talking to myself, that I was talking to recently departed partner, that he was lying in pieces on the pack horse right now, and that his flesh danced with the horse movement as we embark on our journey out the city. Dream. I took the lamp and left Shanzhou. Leaving the city was easier than expected. The guards at the gate didn't bother to ask questions. One of them, looking tired, just waved us through as if driving flies away, making our prepared stories pointless. Once outside, we headed north toward Haizhou, about 30 miles away. Taking these lamps to Haizhou will take at least 3 days. Another long journey ahead. We'll likely be in the mountain for the next few days. The silver moon shone bright and stars scattered across the sky. At night, we lit a campfire and I gave the lambs their food. Once they finished eating, I grabbed a shovel from the pack horse bundle, ready to complete a task I had left undone. We're far from any towns here, so anything weird won't be easily discovered. I'm planning to bury Tang. The shovel lifted the tough soil, dust swirling. I dug beneath a tree. Once the hole was ready, I unpacked the meat and dropped it piece by piece. With the meat buried, I then filled the hole with the shovel. After being people before, I usually spit quick to meet up with Tang. But this time, after burying him, I didn't leave immediately. Instead, I stuck the shovel in the ground and stared at the freshly made mound for a long while. I even sat down, keeping the company of the bird guy for a spell. Didn't do much, just kept my eyes locked on that hole. Life sure throws some curveballs, huh? Never imagined I'd be here with Tang like this. The person who would previously wait for my return is now resting right before my eyes. After the deed was done, I headed back. After 50 steps, I was back at camp. Xianghua approached me, seeming like she had something on her mind. Master, what's up? I'm feeling a bit tired. Want to go to bed? Sure, go ahead. But the ropes aren't tied. Xianghua mentioned to her way, showing it was better without any ropes. As a rule, I would have tied ropes on them before they slept. She wanted to remind me so I wouldn't forget. Never mind, no more ropes. Tying and untying you every day is hassle. Unless we are tackling steep slopes, no more ropes. I let Xianghua and the others know about the new rule. Xianghua looked surprised, and other lambs gathered around, curious. Hey Master, where's Master Xing? Hong'er asked me, curious. Since last night's meal, she hadn't seen Tang, nor had I mentioned him. We had a fight yesterday, and he got mad and left. Master Xing won't come back? Nope, he won't. Master Xing. Hong'er dropped her head, looking downcast. What, you still want him around? Kinda. Master Xing was mean at first, but lately he's been nice. I think he has changed into a different person. He even said yesterday, when you and Sisui were about to come back, that once we reach Luoyang, he'd buy us small playthings. It was all an act. Playthings? Who knows if he'd actually get any. He just wants you to go to Luoyang. Don't trust him. Really, is that true? I subconsciously argue against hunger, trying to remind them that Tong wasn't a good person. But then I thought, nah, no need to go further. She's too young to get it, and Tong's already buried in peace, so why disturb him? Enough talk for tonight. Time to go to bed. We'll have a long journey tomorrow. I yell out to Lambs, signaling an end to the conversation with hunger. They obediently settle down to sleep after hearing this. I stare at the fire, just about to doze off, when a thought hit me. Back when Tong was here, we took turns staying awake. When I slept, he stayed up and vice versa. But now that he's gone, there's no one to take turns with. Hmm. Now that I think about it, maybe we don't need shifts anymore. Before, we took turns to keep an eye on the lamps, to stop them from running off while we slept. But now we've built trust with each other, so there's no need to worry about them running away. So the only real reason remaining for shift is to watch out for the bandits and beasts. At night, bandits hardly ever move through the mountain, and the road from Shanzhou to Haizhou is pretty safe. And beasts usually steer clear of fire, so there's not much to worry about from them. Trouble sleeping? As I stared into the fire, Mansui's voice came from the other side. She was across the fire from me, looking at me with a smile. Nope, about to turn in. I was just getting sleepy, and then you woke me up. Sleeping so soon? Aren't we doing something today? Huh? You mean shadow play? I realized what she wanted to do with me. Along the way, she had taught me shadow play, but without the right item like drums and gongs, our performance felt incomplete, and we couldn't make puppets without extra sticks and donkey hides, so we could only perform the three heroes battle Lubu. I had bought everything we needed while in Shanzhou, but with so much happening these past 2 days, I forgot all about it. Now that we have everything, are we going to learn tonight? Despite getting little sleep last night, I felt quite awake. Let's learn tonight. Now, well, let's find a spot. I told Mansui, then dug out the wooden box and drum from the pack horse. I handed the drum to Mansui and carried the wooden box myself, walking with her away from the camp. We found a spot about 50 steps from camp. I unpacked the wooden box and set up frame and white screen, while Mansui fetched fire from our main camp to light a new one. Once the flames flickered to life, I glanced around. Oddly, I had a feeling. The more I looked at the trees beside me, the more it looked like the one where I had buried Tom earlier. Too much of a coincidence, venturing 50 steps into the night, only to end up back here. Yes. Could it be Tom's spirit wanting to watch our performance? After all, both Mansui and I kept it secret from him. He'd never seen it before. What do you want to learn tonight, Master Liang? I want to cover all the topics I shouldn't learn before, like making puppets and drumming. Well, let's start with puppet training. Puppet making. What kind of puppets you want to make? Well, sure, name is in place. I don't know that many either. I only know the three horses battle Lubu. Wusong fights Tiger and Nizos conquers the Dragon King. Are those all your dad taught you? Yeah, just those. I'm not aiming to make my livelihood by performing, so those are all he taught me. Alright, let's do Wusong fights the Tiger. Let's make the Tiger first. I told Mansui what I wanted, and she nodded before getting to work. Mansui sat on the ground with the wooden box in front of her. One by one, she picks up all the necessary items from the wooden box. A small knife, 2 brushes, 3 pieces of donkey hide, and 4 bottles of dye. After taking out the items, she closed the lid of the box and spread the donkey hide on top. Using her fingers, she smoothed out the hide, then pressed down with her knuckles and rubbed it repeatedly. Once the donkey hide was all flat, she took out one of the brushes. It had a really sharp tip, probably for sketching. She stared blankly at the donkey hide for a moment before she started to draw. Using the fine brush, she carefully outlined the tiger's general shape on the donkey hide. Oh shit. That then went on to add details like the tiger's tail, head, and limbs. Before long, I saw she had roughly drawn the tiger's appearance. Is this supposed to be the tiger? Looks more like a sick cat to me. Standing aside, I commented with a frown. The last tiger drawing has all its limbs and some resemblance, but it lacks pattern and presence. After carving and coloring, it'll look like a tiger soon, Mansui explained to me. Then she started the next step, carving. She took a deep breath. Okay. She took a deep breath, grabbed a small knife nearby. She held down the hide with her left hand and pressed the tip of the small knife onto it with her right hand. With focused attention, she kept the knife steady while gently guiding the hide with her other hand. The hide was pushed around the tip, and with that's new. And with strenuous effort, the piece she had outlined with thin strokes was peeled from the hole bit by bit. Oh, impressive craftsmanship. Must have helped your dad plenty before. I couldn't help but give praise. Oops. Mansui got startled by my sudden noise. With a bit too much strength, her left hand made the knife tip nick the tiger's throat. The hide tiger seemed as if its throat had been cut, with the head and body split apart. The slight tongue breathed nearby. Darn it, this hide is ruined. It's your fault for suddenly speaking to me. Mansui looked down at the donkey hide on the wooden box, feeling disappointed. She blamed me, and she had a point. I didn't expect that carving required so much concentration. Sorry, you can carve another. I quietly apologized to her. She didn't answer me, just took out another piece of donkey hide and started carving on the wooden box. This time, she was more focused, drawing first with the brush, and then carving with the knife. Maybe she was nervous. Sweat began to appear on her forehead, her eyelashes trembled, but she didn't blink. I stayed aside quietly, not saying anything. Hello? It was dead quiet around us, but if you listen carefully, you could hear more. The rustling of the wind sweeping through the trees, the crackling of the flame burning in the campfire, the continuous chirping of bugs, and the held breaths we deliberately muffled. All of them were fairly clear. After carefully carving the new tiger she drew, she picked up another brush. This brush had a thicker stroke. She opened the dye bottle, dipped the brush in a bit of water, then dipped it into the dye, and carefully applied it to the donkey hide tiger. Red here, yellow here, and black here. She leaned over the wooden box and quietly singing as she was painting. At the moment, she was rather childlike. Soon after, the tiger was filled with color. Done. After finishing the coloring, she put the brush down. Let me see. I step up to her and check out her artwork. Not too shabby. She carved a big tiger crouched on the ground. The tiger's head is really expressive, with a mean look in its eyes. Just it's that skinny though, kind of resembling a mean cat. Not bad. Ready to try Wusong next? I praised her and was eager to see her go on craft Wusong. Wusong is tough to make. Didn't expect her to look worried all of a sudden. Why's that? I can almost draw every animal from the 3 stories I've seen, but none of the human characters. Doesn't that mean that besides the tiger, you can't draw anything else? Not exactly. I can also draw Lubu's horse, the red hair. Seems like she wasn't too sure about drawing people. Isn't there the Lubu puppet in that box? Why not try copying that? The body shape might be close enough to mimic, but I'm not sure what Wusong looks like. What to do now? That's a problem, isn't it? I let out a sigh. We fell into a short silence. Hey, I got an idea. She suddenly perked up again. What's the idea? I looked over at her. I can use you as a model to paint Wusong. You think I look like Wusong? Don't know, but I want to have a try. When I draw, I'm not much of a dreamer. If I try to think something up, it never works out. But if I copy, it's 10 out of 10. Sure, give it a shot. Since she was in the mood to draw, and I was keen to see Wusong as well, so I had her gift using me as a model for her drawing shot. 10 out of 10. I like to see what she come up with copying my countenance then. I sat down before her. She sat too, then spread out another piece of donkey hide. She's scrutinizing me carefully, her eyes stuck on me. At first, I thought we were staring each other down, so I glanced away uneasily, trying to look at her out of the corner of my eye. But then I saw she wasn't just staring at me. She was really scanning my face, my shoulder, my whole figure, before she started sketching Wusong. Got to admit, she was putting her heart into the work when it came to drawing those puppets. What kind of Wusong will she make modeled after me? After an insane stick of time, she finished drawing Wusong. I glanced at her newly colored Wusong. This Wusong really resembled me. Every detail, from the eyes to the nose, and even the hairstyle and expression, was the same. The only difference might be that the puppet in the shadow play seemed to have broader shoulder and wore a tiger skin shirt as skirt. If we didn't mind that Wusong was wearing tiger skin shirt before he even fought the tiger, the puppet was quite well done. It looked pretty lifelike, evoking Wusong's fierce determination and boldness. I guess she might have recalled my expression from when I killed Tong yesterday, and depicted it like that. Lovely, looks good. Some parts look like me, others like Wusong. I gave praise to her drawing as she seemed happier. With all the puppets done, do we string them onto the bamboo sticks next? Not yet, the dye still needs to dry, and after it dries, I need to cut it out before stringing it onto one of the sticks. Alright, seems like you won't be performing the new play tonight. You should go get some sleep now. Well, how about you? Aren't you turning in yet? Not tired yet. Strike while the iron's hot. I want to try your method and make red hair for Lubu. Then I'll stick around. I'll keep you company and help you out. Alright. I sat down and so did she, watching me draw. Try this. Before you carve, outline it with fine brush. She gave me the fine brush. I took it. One hand on the donkey hide and the other ready to draw. But after waiting for a long time, all I managed was a single dot on the hide. Hello? Nope, you better head back and hit the hay. Can't get anything done with someone watching. I awkwardly said to Mansui. It's true. With her staring at me, I just couldn't get the brush moving. As an adult, if my drawing turned out worse than this last, it'd be pretty embarrassing. And to be fair, I will give her Wusong, which I admit was actually pretty good, 9 out of 10. I figure I just don't have that drawing talent. Alright, I'll go sleep now. You should be for too long also. What? You should be for too long also. Mansu said, nodding at my awkwardness before heading back towards the camp. Phew. Finally, I'm alone now. So how do I draw red hair? I thought hard, remembering the stagecoach I had seen, and started sketching. The next day, last night, after finishing drawing red hair, I went back to camp to sleep. I slept restlessly without tongue to take shift with. I kept feeling like someone might come by, every rustle catching my attention, so I didn't sleep well and had a dreamless night. When the morning sun hit me, I set out again with the lamps. As we walked, I thought about the shadow play and what was next for the lamps. The sun rose high, then dipped behind the peaks. We traveled north for 6 or 7 hours and arrived again at nightfall. Master, I want to see the red hair you made yesterday. Later that night, after other lambs had gone to sleep, Mansui and I returned to our second camp, 50 steps away. Once we had the fire going, she was all eager to check out the red hair I drew yesterday. Could be better, I said plainly, pulling out the red hair from the wooden box and passing it to her. She took the red hair, examining it cautiously. Not bad, but feels a tad small. Let me have a check. I fetched the Lubu puppet from the wooden box and held it up beside the red hair. It's true, the horse I made was a bit small. Lubu looked twice as big as the horse, riding with strong grip, like he was carrying it along as they ran. It may give him some sense of power as he rides, but it looks like the horse could easily be crushed. Not very realistic. Yep, it's a tad small. I'll sketch another red hair later, but first, got something to ask you. What is it? How do you play the drums? Oh, they're easy peasy. They taught me just to go along with the show's pace and follow the rhythm of the singer. Drum steadily for intros, faster for fights, and slow it down for speeches. Got it, I'll give it a shot next time. She explained it straightforwardly. Makes sense now. If it weren't for the risk of waking up the sleeping lambs, I'd give it a shot. But before trying out the drums, I'm more eager to see her perform a bit. How about you? I suggested to Mansur. Okay. She nodded and began organizing the item needed for the performance. She took out the bamboo sticks and threaded the puppets onto them. To help her start the show faster, I also set up the wooden sticks and the white screen. Mansui put on a show of Wu Song Fights the Tiger for me. This time she hummed softly as she performed, but it was obvious she wasn't as familiar with the words Wu Song Fights the Tiger as she was with the Battle of Lubu. A few times she forgot the words and just kept humming instead. I watched closely how she manipulated the puppets and imagined the drum beats in my mind. Later, at her request, I copied her moves and performed a bit myself. I watched carefully and gave me tips. Hey, you're a quick learner, Master Liang. You're really getting the hang of it. You're a good teacher too. Today was quite something. Just a pity we didn't try the drums to avoid waking the lambs. Should we go further away and give them a go? Well, never mind. We shouldn't go too far, lest we lose sight of the camp. Got to keep an eye in case beasts attack the camp or fire breaks out. Well, I have an idea. What do you have in mind? How about tomorrow? We invite them to watch us perform shadow play. Mansuya sparkled as she proposed. I thought about it for a moment. Yeah, that could be good. We started doing shadow play secretly in order to avoid Tong. But now that Tong was miles away, we didn't have to worry about hiding anymore. Hey, wanna see some shadow play? On the third night since leaving Shanzhou, after handing out rations, I suddenly brought it up to the lambs. They all turned their head to look at me curiously. What shadow play? What's shadow fillet? Is it yummy? Honger seemed clueless about what shadow play is. Queer wasn't just clueless. She's even assumed shadow play was some kind of food. I know shadow play. You know how to do that? After I spoke, Xianghua asked curiously. Weird. At least her question made me feel a bit less awkward. I've been practicing with the last for a bit. Now we're almost set to perform together, so I figure we invite you all to watch. I nodded towards Mansui beside me. Yeah, Master Liang and I have been practicing at night for quite a while now. Mansui nodded as well. Sure, I'm excited to see Sisui and Master Liang perform. Want to see Shadow play? Want to eat Shadow fillet? The lamb all seem really excited. Although Clear might not quite get what Shadow plays yet. Okay, let's start with the three heroes battle Lubu. I think it's a weird title, man. Three heroes battle Lubu. Maybe there's a translation error. I thought lamb, then took the wooden box of the pack horse. I set up the sticks, hung the white screen, and put the puppets on the bamboo sticks. Before we had to sneak away to do these things, but now we could do it openly for the lambs to enjoy. Yang, how about you control the shadow and I'll play the drums? Sure, and when you play the drums, it would be nice if you could sing a bit. I'm not much of a singer. Matsui hesitated, picking up the drums while glancing at me anxiously. Give it a shot. Just to set the mood, you can sing softly. I told Mansui and she nodded in agreement. While adjusting the frame, I saw her quietly mouthing words, as if practicing singing secretly. Again and again, she concentrated her efforts on practicing diligently. Seems like she really wanted to sing well for these lambs. I'm ready. After everything was said, I whispered to her. Then I sat behind the white screen, hiding myself. Mansui sat next to me, holding the drum. The lambs in front of the screen by the fire looked with the eager eyes. Phew. In my left hand, I held two bamboo sticks, guiding Zhang Fei's serpent spear in battle. With two more sticks in my right hand, I steered his legs on the horse, urging him onward. Clang, 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 clang. Then, rhythmic drumming filled the air. I looked over and saw Mansui starting to drum. White robe, black armor, plain headscarf, serpent spear grip in hand. As the drums rolled, she chimed in with her voice. This time, though still harsh, it carried more intent. It wasn't just a hum anymore, she was genuinely singing. Maybe she hadn't practiced much before, maybe she just watched her dad perform. But to make the shadow play enjoyable for the lamb, she was giving it her best shot. Shadow play needs teamwork. She acted seriously, so I had to keep up. I focused on controlling Zhang Fei. She wielded his serpent spear, bold and fierce at the city gates. I imagined a brave hero with leopard-like head. With bated breath, I moved the sticks, controlling the puppet, their shadow dancing on the screen. I brought my vision to Zhang Fei to life on screen. Mansui played the drum softly while singing low, and I followed her lead. I brought Zhang Fei onto the stage and then introduced Lubu, Guan Yu, Du Bei, one by one. The lambs were all eyes, watching the screen intently as they clapped along with Mansui's drumming, adding to our performance. However, when it came time to control the characters battling at once, my hands couldn't keep up. I struggled to manage with only one hand per character, making my movements stiff and awkward. Mansui noticed I was having a tough time. She kept singing but got up, handed the drums to Xionghua and Hong'er. The drums still sounded as the other lambs took Mansui's place, while she sat beside me. Taking Lubu from me, she joined my Zhang Fei on stage. Serpent spear clashed with heaven-cleaving painting halberd as they rushed back and forth, fighting each other to their heart's content. As the battle reached its climax, Mansui began to sing again, while the lamb in front of the white screen intensified their efforts. As they tried to keep up with our pace, their drumming grew somewhat chaotic, even though the rhythm got messy like the random falling of raindrops. It still added to the fun. Before the screen, drums thumped each steadily, while on it, weapons clashed and figures swirled in a frenzy of action. The screen was a spectacle of fantastic action, and we all lost ourselves in its shadow and sheen. The three heroes of Battle logo was done. The stick puppets drooped like they lost their spirit, plopping onto the stand. She stopped singing, and the lambs put down their drums. Even afterwards, the lambs were still excited for quite a while. For Hunger and Queer, it was their first shadow play experience. They were curious how we controlled the puppet in the battle. For Xianghua, it was her first time seeing shadow play since she'd been away from her family for so long. I don't know when she last saw one, but the wistful look on her face gave the impression she was reminiscing about something special. For me, this shadow this show seems to have finally brought me out of the shadow of the past. Explosions were replaced by drum beats, cries by laughter, and the fire's crackling took on new meaning. The shadow play overshadowed the nightmare. My haunting past, the explosion in the sixth year of Tianqi, is slowly becoming something I can face. Soon after, the lamps dozed off. Mansui and I tidy up our things in the wooden box and had a brief chat. Hey, what's so funny? They sure like our show, not just watching, they even acted along with us. At the end, it felt like we were a theater troupe. Huh, a band with four little girls isn't much of a troupe though. I laughed softly, replying to Mansui. After saying that, my smile suddenly froze and I stayed silent for a while. Just now, we are realizing it. I didn't call them lambs, but used the term girls for the first time. That surprised me and made me feel a bit uncomfortable about the change. Sure, I made up my mind to protect their lives and not sell them off as lamb dishes anymore. But when I reach Haizhou, I still have to sell them to make money. So, shouldn't I avoid getting too close to them? In the end, I'm still a bandit. Mansui seemed to catch on my different way of talking and the sudden pause. She didn't say anything about it, just quietly put the wooden box in the pack horse's back. A bit later, I thought she was going to sleep, but then she suddenly asked me a question. Honestly speaking, there's one thing I've been wondering about. What is it? You mentioned you and your dad had disagreement about what you wanted to do in the future. Way back, before the explosion happened, when you were young, what kind of person do you want to be? You still care about that, huh? She sure doesn't let things go easily, remembering that I didn't tell her back then. That's my own secret, and it's been so many years since then. There isn't much to say about it. Why? I was getting fed up with her constant pestering, and then she spoke up again. Alright, here's the deal. You tell me your secret, and I'll spill one of mine. Her secret? This lass had seemed to be hiding something from me all this time. If I could find out, I might put my mind at ease. I could agree to this exchange condition. Fine. It's just an old dream from back then. Now it has long disappeared. Doesn't hurt anyway. I let out a sigh. This last did arouse my curiosity. I really wanted to know her secret, so I gave in. When I was coming of age, I loved watching plays. They often featured different kinds of heroes, some like gods, generals, some knights errant. The first two seemed too distant to me. I knew I couldn't suddenly gain supreme powers, and I didn't feel I had the talent to lead armies into battle. So I always dreamed of being a wandering hero. One person, one set of clothes, and one sword. I dreamt of traveling around, doing good deeds, fighting the lofty and helping the weak. I wrap up sharing my dream. Yep, my dream back then was quite naive and pure. Just like most boys around, I wanted to be a hero. Mansui didn't seem too surprised, like she already knew my dream. Then, after a moment though, she asked me a question. So, why don't you have that dream anymore? She asked, her tone serious, no more playful expression. I gave a wry smile. Because in this world, there's no place for a hero to thrive. After the disaster that year, I fled the famine, and everything I saw and heard during that journey shattered my dreams. Those who died were often righteous and kind, while those who survived were selfish and cunning. Heroes thrive in times in times of peace and perish in times of chaos, while villains thrive in chaos and perish in peace. Clearly, clearly, we're in times of chaos. I said those words blandly. I've told you what I dream of. Now it's your turn to spill the beans. What's your secret? I glanced at Mansui. Fair's fair. After hearing about my crushed dreams, she ought to tell me something too. Alright, before I spill, I want to say sorry for lying to you earlier. Mansui lowered her head slightly, seeming remorseful. Huh? Actually, I lied too when I said my parents were waiting in Luoyang. Truth is, my parents have been gone a while now. I'm the only one left of my family. After my sister died, my parents confronted Swine Demon. He sent people to cut off our food and saw my parents starve shortly thereafter. I knew it. She's a boy. I took the last food we had remaining, fled the famine's jaw of death, and finally made it to Huazhou. She said those words with indifference. Finding out all of this sudden, I felt that it was out of my expectations, yet reasonable. She always seemed off, traversing great distance and risking her life in revenge for her sister when her parents were still waiting for her didn't add up. Turns out they weren't waiting, they were gone. That's why you had to go to Luoyang for revenge. Yeah, after my other family members died, I lost my will to survive alone. I live until now and waiting for the day I can take my revenge. Well, I had asked, and she replied steadfastly, while her voice held strength and determination. It was nevertheless a thing with a sorrow I could hardly understand. We fell quiet. No more words between us. It wasn't until tonight that I was told everything. I never knew we were the same. Lost our home in chaos, both orphan and alone. But while I became a wandering villain drifting with the tide, she turned into a vengeful spirit bent on revenge. Thinking back to our first meeting when she tried to stab me and I spanked her, I was able to better understand why she had such a forlorn manners back then. I told her then, lie to me and I'll wipe your family out. She just went quiet and walked off alone like a stray cat, because her family was gone, nothing left for me to hunt down. Should I help her get revenge, or persuade her to forget it? If I were her, could I stop myself? Or could I find the guts to go for revenge? I didn't know. With so many questions spinning around, I finally fell asleep. The excitement from the shadow play was gone, and depression took its place. I couldn't wait to dive into dreams and lose myself in the void. That night, I slept deeper than ever. Ouch. Okay, I'm really curious. Dad and I walked along the mountain path, leaving two sets of footprints, one large and one small, making our journey on the trail. I was constantly scared on our way back home. We kept seeing people walking in the opposite direction. Sometimes it was just one person, and sometimes it was a bunch of people gathered together. Their clothes were tattered and they looked thin. It seemed like they didn't bathe in a long time, and they had unpleasant sour smell. They appeared famished. They kept staring when they saw us. I couldn't tell if they were looking at the basket in Dad's hands or at me. Dad, what do those people do for a living? After avoiding them by good distance, I nervously asked Dad. There are people for food. They're all fleeing from the famine. They must be eyeing ours right now. Before we get home, you must not wander off at any time. You have to always stay by my side. Dad replied gravely and reminded me. Okay. I nodded and held Dad's hand tightly. I could sort of guess what that meant. Those people were starving and they needed money to buy food. If they kidnapped me, they would definitely sell me for food. Or maybe that's actually the sister, I don't know. After a long and frightening journey, Dad and I arrived home in the evening. As soon as we got home, Mom and my younger brother came to greet us. Dad, you're back. How much food did you bring back? An ear of corn, 2 cabbages, and 3 buckets of rice. That's pretty good. You earned so much stuff just by performing for a night. Uh, no, the audience couldn't give us that much stuff. We only got an ear of corn, and the rest were traded for the wooden box. Well, what's done is done. Once we survive the year of disaster, we'll go look for it. Perhaps we'll be able to buy it back. When you were gone, I tidied up the stuff in the house and found a bracelet I mentioned before, along with some clothes. Why don't you go into town again after a few days and pawn all that stuff? All that stuff, sure. 3 days later, Dad went to the neighboring town again. This time, I didn't follow him. Dad pawned Mom's bracelet and sold all kinds of things from our home for some food. This time, Dad and Mom got into an argument after he got back. Mom didn't believe that the bracelet could sell only 600 copper coins. She complained that Dad didn't know how to do business and was tricked by others. Dad said he did his best to bargain and was only able to sell it for that price after visiting many places. Mom also asked if Dad could go into town and claim some relief food. She once heard from the neighbor who fled that the court would distribute relief food in times of disaster. Dad then said that those were all a bunch of nonsense, or else the neighbors would have fled. In times of disaster, the commoners could only see the tax official who regularly came to collect taxes, never the people who handed out relief. Even if this relief were really come from above, it would either be eaten up layer by layer or end up in the hands of the official's relative and acquaintance. In the eyes of the emperor and the high-ranking officials, they were concerned with the vast expanse of the 9 provinces. But once decrees were issued, they turned a blind eye. As for the low-ranking officials, they only wished for the calamity to drag on. The longer the better. Come a disaster, they could climb the ranks. Come a disaster, they could amass fortunes. That's why whenever great disaster struck, neither the emperor suffered, nor the major officials, nor the minor bureaucrats. Instead, it was countless commoners who bore the burden of it. I didn't understand any of this. However, I knew that was definitely different from before. Last year, when the disaster had just struck, the uncle from the neighbor's house was still around, and Dad used to chat with the neighbors often. The uncle from the neighbor's house would complain about the court's additional tax demands, angrily cursing the corrupt official and the incompetence of the emperor. At that time, Dad would still speak up for the court, saying that Ming were fighting against the eastern invaders, and the commoners should be sympathetic and share the country's hardship. Now, perhaps because we've been sympathetic for too long, we ourselves were starving to death. He wouldn't say such things anymore. One night, I had a dream. A dream about Grandma. Grandma, dressed in gray clothes and gray shoes, was looking at us from afar while standing in the mist. Her gaze was fixed upon us while she smiled, but she didn't utter a word. Grandma! I called out Grandma, but she suddenly vanished, her figure concealed within the mist. Thunk thunk. The dream ended and I woke up. As I lay in bed, I suddenly heard the sound of shoveling dirt. At first, I thought I heard it wrong, so I turned around and tried to sleep some more, hoping that I could meet Grandma again in my dream. Thunk thunk. The sound of the shuffling dirt became even clearer. That was when I knew I wasn't hallucinating. Rubbing my bleary eyes, I first lifted my little brother's legs off my stomach, then sat up in bed and headed towards my parents' bed. Dad, Mom, wake up! I nudged Dad and Mom with my hand. What's the matter? Dad was nudged by me and he slowly opened his eyes, looking a bit confused. I heard someone shoveling dirt. It seemed like the sound came from the backyard. I slowly said to Dad while pointing towards the backyard through the window. After hearing what I said, Dad first squinted his eyes and tilted his head to listen. Then his pupils gradually widened, and his body began to tremble. Dad didn't say a word. He suddenly pulled open the door latch, grabbed the hoe, and dashed out the door. I followed him out of the door and saw two people with shovels hastily escaping. Sons of bitches, I'm gonna kill you all. Dad, holding a hoe, cursed loudly in their direction. He was so angry that he tried to chase after the two, but the hoe in hand was so heavy that they seemed vanished into thin air before he could catch them. Dad came back panting heavily, carrying the hoe. The two were gone, leaving behind a hole in the ground. It was the hole Grandma was in. She hadn't been completely dug out by them. But I stole a glance and saw that Grandma's clothes were already visible in that hole. What is it, like a grave robber? What's going on? What was all the fuss about? After Dad returned, Mom also ran out of the house, looking scared. Phew, there were two idiots digging in our backyard with shovels. What were they trying to find? What else could it be? It must be the family heirloom Grandma left us, Dad said in rage. From what I could tell, I felt that perhaps it wasn't the family heirloom they were trying to dig up. The spot those two were digging was where Grandma was buried, and Grandma's clothes were already showing from the digging. Perhaps if I get closer, I could even see her body. Grandma came to my dream probably because she wanted to wake me up and have me remind Dad that she was getting dug up. But I still couldn't wrap my head around it. What would those two people do if they dug up Grandma? Yeah, why? Like they're trying to eat her? No way. After those people left, Dad was angry for a long while. He recalled what they looked like and came up with a few names. He was going to get authorities involved to help him search for them, but he returned shortly after leaving the house. He said that on second thought, he couldn't go to the authorities. He was afraid that if he did, I'd have to hand in our food again. He kept on cursing, but there was nothing else he could do. Another 2 weeks or so went by. We had tin porridge mostly, with the ear of corn and cabbage for one meal halfway through. Every day I didn't get enough to eat, feeling hungrier and hungrier. At times, it felt like there was a fire burning in my stomach. At other times, it felt like there was a lump of black water churning inside, disturbing any sense of peace. When I got hungry enough, I didn't even feel hungry anymore, only exhausted. Once exhausted, I wanted to sleep. I slept on the bed, hoping I could have some good dreams where I could eat till I was full. I imagined that our family would grow back again, tall and strong. I wanted to have a dream like that. However, the feeling of hunger was always there. Even if I dream, it wouldn't take long for me to be aroused by hunger. My brother was also hungry, and he had it worse than me. He was so starved when he was supposed to be growing that his condition became serious. Yeah, I'm like 80% like Manhui is actually the brother. One day, I noticed there was something wrong with him. When I called his name, he was dazed for a long time before he responded to me and gave me a blank stare. His pale face had a tinge of red, but his eyelids were constantly drooping, as if he really wanted to sleep. I sensed something was wrong, so I touched his forehead. His forehead was hard and burning charcoal. Sis, I'm so cold. My brother looked at me as if he was about to cry. Mom? I hastily called up to Mom, who was making porridge, and she ran over in a hurry. Mom reached over and touched my brother's forehead. Her face instantly started to turn pale. Dear, Kaya is sick. Mama called out loudly for Dad, and upon hearing Mama's voice, Dad quickly ran over. Dear, what should we do with Kaya? If we don't find a doctor or some medicine soon, Kaya's health will become harder and harder. What should we do? Where do we get the money now to go find a doctor? Yeah, we sold everything we could. Nothing left to sell now. If this goes on, it won't be long until until the two kids are dead, and us too. What am I supposed to do? Good. I'm begging you, please hurry and sell that thing. We can't sell that. We can't sell that? Good. Stop treating it like a family heirloom. We can only pass it down if Gaia is alive. It's not only a family heirloom. Dad and Mom kept saying that this that thing was a gift from the deity. We'll have to face retribution if we sell it. Retribution? Haven't we got enough retribution already? Kaya is getting sick from hunger. He's dying. Without medicine and food, he's not going to make it. Our family is on the brink of collapsing. We're all about to die. You're bringing an end to your lineage, and you talk about retribution? Retribution. Oh my god, so hard. If you really have to keep this, then let's sell Suya instead. Take Suya to Gongquan. If that doesn't work, keep going south and find a bigger town to sell her. Mom shouted loudly at Dad. It was my first time seeing Mom speaking to Dad in such loud voice. Not only did Dad change after my brother got sick, Mom also seemed to turn into a different person, especially at the height of her frenzy when she mentioned selling me. Was that something she said to provoke Dad, or did she really mean it? She probably meant it. Mom was different than that. She always loved my younger brother more than she loved me. Since I could neither carry on family's name nor gain status through the imperial examination, she told Grandma more than once that I was a money loser. She would definitely sell me if it would save my brother's life. Dad, Mom, I felt sad when I thought about it, and I called out for my parents from a distance. Even if I'm going to die, I want to die with you. Please, I'm begging you not to sell me. I walked toward my parents and said to them in a trembling voice. I wanted to change my mom's mind, ask my dad not to sell me. I stood there, head lowered, my body trembling. My eyes were red, but the tears didn't fall, as if caught in my eye socket. Dad turned around and looked at me in daze. He pressed his lips together and furrowed his brows. He looked at me, then my brother and my mom. Every time he looked at us, he gazed to avoid us like he was afraid, only daring to linger for an instant. He kept looking at us like that for a while. Dad wanted to say something but stopped himself before he could utter a single word. He closed his eyes as if he was making a really big decision. He then opened his eyes again and looked up as if he didn't want his tears to fall either. Eventually, he looked at me again. His previously dim eyes lit up. It's alright, Sue. Daddy will never tell you. Stop talking about dying and whatnot. Even if Daddy dies, I won't leave you behind. I won't let you and Kaya die. I'm going to dig up the family heirloom right now and sell it. If my parents hold grudges over it and the deity is going to send retribution, I'll take all the blame. He walked up to my side and stroked my head. Daddy, I heard what Dad said and I couldn't hold my tears anymore. I threw myself into Dad's arm while I choked back sobs and kept calling him. Dad, taken aback by my sudden embrace, hesitated for a second before stretching out his arms and pulling me close. It's alright, Suya. You're not going to starve to death. You're going to survive and live a very long life. Later, when you grow up, Daddy will find you a good husband, someone you like and who can protect you. Find a good man to take care of you, treat you well, and then I can enjoy my old age in peace. He held me close in one arm, his other hand gently patting my back. He spoke to me softly, his voice full of tenderness. Daddy. I buried my head in my dad's arms and wept. I like Dad. He had always been so good he was always been He had always been as good to me as he had been to my brother, and had never harbored the thought of not wanting me. That is the best. A day later, my brother had some thick porridge and ate some cabbage, and he actually got better. His forehead was not as hot, and although he still looked very weak, there should be no need to rush to find a doctor. But even so, we still don't have enough food to last for the year. That said, we still need to figure it out. At dusk, Dad dug up the family heirloom in the backyard. I initially thought it would be something shiny gold or emerald green, like the jewelry Mom once had. As it turned out, the family heirloom was a strange piece of meat. The meat was grayish white. It looked like a fatty pork, but more translucent. It had traces at the bottom like annual rings. Perhaps I was hallucinating, but I felt like it was squirming slowly. It truly seemed a treasure given by the deity. Dad first placed the family heirloom on the bed and kowtowed to it 3 times before wrapping it up with a little piece of clothing. Dad then took an ear of corn and some silver pieces as he was getting ready to leave. He planned to go south and found out how much he could sell the family heirloom for in Gangwon first. If it wasn't worth much there, he kept going south and asked around in the large towns. The food at home can still last a bit more than a month, and my trip will take about 2 weeks. If Gaia and Sawyer get sick, just feed them some thick porridge and add some more cabbage. Lian Yun, take good care of the kids and yourself. Dad left a few reminders for Mom. He then carried the bundle with the family heirloom in it on his back, turned around and walked towards the door. Daddy, I called out to Dad. Yes, we are? He turned around and smiled at me gently. This is for you. I walked up to him and stuck a pouch in Dad's hand. The pouch was really small, only as big as Dad's palm. It was red. The fabric came from the corner of my dress. I had to sew the pouch this morning. While Dad was still sleeping, I sewed it. I hope this pouch could stay by Dad's side instead. I hope it could keep Dad safe and allow him to come home early. Great sewing job. Thank you, Suya. Dad then took a pouch and stroked my head. He then turned around again, put on his straw hat and the bundle, and kept walking forward. He took a few steps forward but stopped all of a sudden as if he had forgotten something. Suya, Gaia, you must listen to Mom while I'm away. Daddy will be back very soon. Dad said those words with his back facing us, his voice seemingly carrying a subtle hint of sadness. After that, Dad left. My brother and I leaned against the window watching him. His shadow grew longer and longer under the sunset, his figure receding into the twilight. I watched as Dad became smaller and smaller, shrinking from size of a ball to a fist, then to the size of a soybean until he disappeared completely. Dad vanished at the end of the horizon, fading into an endless mountain. 10 days later, Dad didn't come back. A month later, Dad still hadn't returned. 2 months later, we were starving to death. Dad still wasn't home. I mean, how are you going to sell like a palm of meat, you know? Dad didn't honor his words. He said he was going to back in a couple of weeks, but he never came home. Okay. So the mom sold the sister and so on and so forth. Help, Master Liang. In the foggy ruins, I heard a voice. It sounded like a man, humble and panicked. How can I help you? I asked the man who spoke. Food, need food, please. Master Liang, I haven't had a bite in 3 days. Came all the way from the capital. Please, save me, save my life. He was kowtowing to me. on his knees, banging his head against the ground, eyes all red from hunger. I'll share some food with you, but not a heap. It's enough for 2 days. I reach out from the darkness and pass him the food I have produced from nowhere. Who was this person? I couldn't rightly tell who he was by his hungry mug. The misty scene swiftly crumbled away. The new setting sprang up from the ground, appearing abruptly before me. It was a rundown old mansion. The mansion's gate lay smashed open, the courtyard strewn with broken rice jars, and the ground littered with mutilated bodies. Among these bodies were children, elderly ones, landlords, and their disheveled concubines. All of them lay with their throats slit in pools of blood, while several bandits sat in the distance, some perched on collapsed house beams, others on makeshift chairs fashioned from corpses, laughing and chatting. Oh shit. Laughing and chatting about recent carnage. I recognized them. The leader of these bandits was none other than the starving man I had rescued not long ago. You killed their whole family. Yeah, got rid almost 10 of them. We grabbed the grain, took out a few people, and had some fun with his wife and concubines too. Look, Master Liang, we were pushed to the brink. These rich people, they're heartless. When we asked for food, they barricade themselves in, wouldn't give us a crumb. While our guys waited outside, his servant hurled rocks from within, blasting up many of our lads' heads. We crawled out of the dead pile. Waiting longer means starving to death, so we might as well rob the bastards. Once we busted the door, stormed into the backyard, damn, they've got enough food to last for a decade. Why wouldn't they share a bit? One guy's got riled up, ended up wiping the whole darn family out. Once blood spilled, no one can stop it. If you just kill them, I'd be fine with it, but raping women, slaughtering the young and the old, is that what humans do? That's downright beastly. I clenched my teeth angrily and laid into him. Damn it, I called you master to pay your respect. To pay your respects. What's wrong with you, taking it so seriously? In this messed up world, us poor ones got to do what we must to survive, you know? And you look at yourself, aren't you trampling on people just as much as us? He jeered twice and nodded at my feet. I looked down in panic. Underneath me lay a mountain of dead bodies. I was submerged in a black lake, only a few men stuck out above the surface. I had no clue what lay beneath. As I stared into the dark depths below, the shapes became clearer. Underneath the whole lake were women, old folks, and kids' bodies. Those near the top were swollen and blackened, limbs hanging down, faces below. Further down, some were snarling, showing monstrous fangs, trying hard to climb up. Ah, I yelled, falling back and nearly slipping off the heap of bodies. Liang, you didn't kill any of those women and kids, but they died because of you. The band leader in the distance sat on another pile of bodies. That's when I realized he seemed to have changed his voice and appearance. His voice was tongues, and so was his face. Liang, you're just another villain who hypocritically pretend to be a hero here. Come die with me. With me. Ha ha ha. Tong yelled at me, then started laughing like crazy. He grabbed a dagger, stabbed himself in the neck, blood gushing out. All of a sudden, his body exploded, broke apart, and merged with the blood. The blood turned into a rushing flood, with faces of the bodies appearing in it. Boom, boom, boom. A loud thundering noise erupted. A flood of blood, crowded with heads, rushed towards me, blocking my sight completely. The pile of bodies beneath me and the lake below started to shake. The pile swiftly sank. Men of the surface stared at me, while women and children below the lake extended their hands, trying to pull me down. Blood for blood. Die, 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 die. The dead stared up with wide eyes and twisted face, roaring to kill me. I panicked, trying hard to escape, but there was no way out, and I slowly sank into the sea of corpses. Master, master! Suddenly, I heard a voice. It was Mansu's voice, slicing through the air, breaking apart this blood-soaked world. Her voice turned into a spider-silk beam of light, piercing through the pile of bodies. I reached out, grabbing the light she sent down, and was lifted in the sky by it. I woke up in panic from the nightmare. Mansui was right there beside me. Her face looked odd, a bit scared. I guess it was just a dream. Master Liang, what's wrong? Just a bad dream. And you, why do you look so scared? I asked her, puzzled. I was sleeping, then suddenly heard weird noise, weird sounds. Something's not right. What kind of sounds? Come on, get down and listen. Mansui pointed down, saying to me. I leaned down, pressing my ear to the ground, rumbling. I heard faint rumbling. It sounded like the flood in my dream. I know, for some reason I'm thinking about Attack on Titan. It sounds like the flood in my dream. In my dream, I thought it was the sound of the flood, but after waking, I realized it was the hoofbeats. Riders were nearby. Given the intensity, there might be dozens, maybe even hundreds of them. Not good. Wake up, everyone. We got to move, and fast. I scrambled up, rousing the still dozing lambs. The lambs blinked away sleep, rising to their feet. What's happening? Just waking. Xianghua tilted her head, questioning me. No time for questions, let's go. I hurriedly told Xianghua, tossing yesterday's unpacked parcels onto the pack horse and undoing its tether. But it was probably too late. Hey, look over there, someone! I heard hooves and yelling behind me. From about 30 steps away, I saw shadows moving. Though far off, those shadows were definitely horsemen. At least 30, maybe even 50. Oh shit. Hurry! I led the pack horse and the lambs, trying to escape, but the figures in the distance were swiftly riding closer. Hey, you all, don't move. You aren't outrunning a horse. Keep running, and we start shooting. The soldiers were talking in Northern Shan accent, threatening us with arrows. I could faintly hear the strings being drawn. What now? Grab the last chance to flee, or play it safe and hope for the best. There's really nothing you can do, man. If you run, you die. Keep forgetting. No, can't let them shoot. Even if I were confident enough to take the risk. With these lambs, no escape, no arrows. I spun around and yelled, making us all stop in our tracks. I stood rooted to the spot, and so did the lambs. It seemed almost as though we were stuck in a place by some magical spell. Seeing we weren't moving, the riders lowered their bows and advanced cautiously, their horses edging closer step by step. Before long, they emerged from the trees. Not just one, a whole bunch of them, with still more catching up. They quickly surrounded us. Many approached us, at least 20 from what I could see. The sound of footsteps and clashing weapons echoed around us. There was no telling how many more people were concealed in that distance. As they drew nearer, I could finally make them out. Men on horseback, dressed in rough cloth, some with red robes draped over their shoulders, others wearing red turbans. Some carry axes, others sword. Their attire and weapons vary. They didn't look friendly. Their eyes were both ignorant and fierce. As they closed in on us, they stared at us intently, like we were prey. Who were they? My mind raced trying to figure that out. For starters, they aren't official soldiers. Regular army types have a particular look, and they don't usually cut through the hills like this. If they're heading somewhere official, they stick to the main roads. So are they bandits then? That's not right either. I've traveled this road from Shanzhou to Haizhou before. Never heard any big camps in these hills, and even if there were, they wouldn't have this many horsemen. Bandits are usually broke and only few get horses. They don't come from camp with hundreds of men, and something's off. Why would these people be riding horses in the mountains? Sure, it's a bit flatter here, no steep slopes. You can just barely ride a horse. But why bother? Master, those are the rebels. Just as I was puzzled, Mansui suddenly spoke up. Rebels? I paused. She brought me back to reality. Yeah, these folks sure look like rebels. In the last decade, there have been non-stop disasters all around, so things aren't as peaceful as they used to be. Many people on the brink of starving have banded together, turned to thieving and to survive, and those thieving gangs join up to form rebel armies. Rebels raiding through the mountains aren't too surprising. This bunch might be scouting party, checking things out before the main forces move. But I've only heard of rebels up in northern Shan, so what are they doing here in Jin? The fella from earlier had northern Shan twang in his talk. Could they really be from north? Shit. God damn, so many reads. So many readings. You, where you all from? The lead rebel hopped off his horse, sizing me up. The rest of the rebels encircled us, blocking any way out. Shanzhou, I replied calmly, showing dignity. What's your business? Taking them to Haizhou. They're your kin, or are you a human trafficker? I stayed quiet. I felt lost for words. Honestly, it's tough to explain my connection with the lambs right now. I started out as their escort, but when I couldn't bear to leave them in bad situation, I murdered my former partner and was now trying to arrange good endings for them. In that case, I guess I still count as a human trafficker. The rebel leader saw I didn't reply. He stared at me angrily, seeming to confirm that I was human trafficker. If only Tong was here right now. Tong was good at spinning lies, and with good enough story, we might be able to talk our way out of this before the crowd closed in. But with Tong here, we'd be working in shifts and wouldn't even have been caught off guard by a bunch of strangers. Sir, he isn't a human trafficker. We're part of the traveling theater group doing shadow plays. Master Liang here is our teacher, taking us to Master Zhang in Haizhou to perform. Just when I was unsure what to say, Mansui spoke up. She seamlessly took over Tong's role. This time she's pulling a similar trick to last time with the soldier. Only this time she didn't have to act like a mute. She smiled sweetly at the rebels while talking, showing them the wood crates on the pack horse. The rebels on horseback glared at her, but she didn't back down. No need to show me, I know nothing about shadow play. This guy isn't a human trafficker, that's alright. I had 3 types of bastards. Greedy landlords the most, crooked official the next, and human traffickers the last. As long as you're one of those 3, I'll chop your head off, skin you alive. The rebel grumbled out his words. He was blunt, saying whatever on his mind. Can we leave then? I asked calmly, preparing to take the lambs and go. No way. He lifted his sword, blocking our way. According to the rules, if we're seen on the march, we can't just let you off easy. You with the girl, come along with us for now. We let the boss decide. The rebel gruffly told me off, his haughty demeanor rubbing me the wrong way. Other rebels around us gave us fierce looks. It seemed that if I tried to take the lambs and leave, they'd kill us on the spot. Compared to regular soldiers, this guy might like cunning. but they're simpler and rougher. Going with them, where would that lead us? Where would that lead us? I didn't pull out my sword against the rebels. There were too many of them, and I know I couldn't win. I wasn't about to throw my life away. So, along with the lambs, they tied us up and marched us to their main force. I never liked the rebels much. Most of them were starving people from up north in northern Shan. Past few years, they've been hit hard by one disaster after another: droughts, floods, and locusts. The emperor promised relief fund, but it all got pocketed by officials and landlords, and nothing was left for the commoners. So they turned into rebels to avoid starving. I heard the rebels aren't any better than bandits. They go around burning and looting, and sometimes they will rape women and slaughter the elderly and young. They could be even more vicious than the official soldiers and bandits. If we were to compare using animals, I'd be a lone wolf, and they'd be a pack of wild dogs. Now I'm in their hands. Seem like these rebels really dislike human trafficker. I have to learn from Tong and Mansui, keeping cautious. I can't afford to be brash when talking to him. Lost in thinking about the rebels, I walked with them for about 2 hours. When I came back to my senses, we were out of the mountains in the village. This village seemed like a small one on Jin's southern border. I've never been here before, don't know where it is either. Where are we? I asked the rebel leading us. Yijia village. He told me the place name. Where are we headed now? I'm taking you to meet Boss Lee. The rebel replied to me. At the same time, he led me through Yijia village. The village didn't look rich, and there were few people about. However, it seemed the village hadn't been hit hard by disasters, and the crops weren't too bad, unlike the hellish scene in Shugo village. I noticed the rebels talking to the villagers. Some of them were holding hoes, while others were carrying fertilizer buckets. They were moving around in the fields, seemingly working. Huh? That's weird. Are these rebels even working for the villagers? I'm gonna take you to the boss soon. Be polite when you talk, or you'll meet bad end. The rebel warned us, then took us across the farm to a big house. The house was bigger than others in the village, with a well in front. It seemed like where a respected village elder would live. Guided by the rebels, we walked towards the house and first saw red flags stuck in the ground. Then we overheard the boss speaking with a village elder. Hey, you're Lee. I'm a Lee too. What are the odds, huh? None of us here are bad folks. We're all just regular people pushed to the edge by those damn officials. We had to make a break for it to survive. Oh, by the way, later I'll go to the cow shed to check out the cows. I used to work at the courier station, so I know livestock the best. Alright, Lee. You seem like a decent man, and your folks seem friendly enough. Seeing as you don't hurt us or take our money, you're welcome to stay. And if you need food, we can share some. What worries me is, what if the authorities come poking around, then we're done. Easy fix. If Shiro show up, just say I had a blade to your neck and capture you, right? Just let them we're all a bunch of reckless, desperate tough guys. If we went hungry, then we just eat the villagers. As we turned the corner, we could see the old man sigh, while beside him a smiling younger man was chatting. The young man wore a felt hat and a blue upper garment. He seemed to be in his prime, with prominent cheekbones, deep-set eyes, a straight nose, and the eyebrows like those of an eagle. His face wasn't handsome, but it gave off a sharp and capable vibe. Was he the boss of this band of rebels? Boss, what's up? Boss, got something to report. This morning, while patrolling the mountains, we saw smoke. At first, we thought it was the official soldiers, but as we get closer, we realized it wasn't. It was them, a guy with four girls. The guy looked like a human trafficker. Oh, the boss came me and the girls with his eagle-like eyes. Finally, he locked eyes with me and I returned his gaze. I met his stare with dignity, trying to match his aura without backing down. Where are you from, buddy? Shanzhou. You Shan folks, huh? Nope, born elsewhere. Born elsewhere. How old are you? 26. Well, that's quite coincidence. Same age as me. Ha ha ha, small world, huh? He grinned, his tense expression easing up. The rebel leader sure likes finding common ground with others, but I reckon he's just using that trick to get close. And by the looks of him, he doesn't seem like we're the same age. Hey, buddy, are you a human trafficker or not? As a mall of his age, he coldly repeated his question. No way. Guess I'll have to stick to the story Mansui spun earlier. We aren't human traffickers. We are a theater troupe, taking this girl to Haizhou to perform. What kind of show? Shadow play. Shadow play, I like that. You got the stuff with you? Got it all. Everything is on the back horse. The boss took a moment to think after that. He gave me a look, then checked out the lamps. Girls, this guy hasn't been lying to me, right? Master hasn't lied. Yeah, he hasn't lied. No lies. The lamps were all helping with the lie, but except for Mansui, who was quite skilled, the other three lamps seemed a bit awkward. It didn't feel like we could keep up the act much longer. What now? That's odd, real odd. The boss frowned as he glanced at the lamps. I've seen a lot of people, and theater troops too, but you aren't like any of them. You, buddy, with your tough look, that mean glare, I can tell right away you do evil deeds. But these little kids, why are they all lying for you? He furrowed his brow in confusion and asked. He has a sharp eyes. Boss, their talk sounds like a bunch of made-up nonsense. If I'm not too bright, I can't trust him. He's one of the human traffickers. He fooled the girls. Let's cut him quick. The rebel who brought us here seemed to have also figured out that we were a theater troupe. He angrily drew his sword, ready to attack us. Hold on there, what's the hurry? Boss Lee bellowed angrily, stopping his men abruptly. Easy there, I've made up my mind, no rush. Listen up, buddy. I don't care if you're part of the theater troupe or a human trafficker. The rebel leader looked at me and spoke directly. Our rations are tight and we can't take too many people. This troop moves in secrecy, so I can't just walk away and rat us out. Here's the deal. Keep it simple. You square off against my men, win and you join us. Lose, I'll have to put you all down. How's that sound? The rebel leader shot me a sharp look, offering a blunt and deadly suggestion. Showdown? Was he thinking I look handy enough to take on his men? Sounds reasonable. If I win, it shows I'm valuable to him, and he'd rather recruit me than kill me. It seemed like a safe bet. But what about the lambs? Should I try negotiating with him again, or just agree to the showdown? Negotiate. Deciding life and death with a match, huh? I'm fine with that. But I won't talk about terms again. Oh? I don't want to join your army. If I win, you let us go. Not just me, all of them too. I'll fight you more, but these girls go with me. Haha, break the bargain with me, buddy. Yep, one fight without that condition. I stare at Boss Lee, firm. So, one girl's life per round, you in? Shit, yeah. Boss Lee frowned, eyeing me coldly before nodding slowly. Haha, great, let's do it. With a hearty laugh, he signaled to his men. Hey, get 5 sharp blades and 6 bamboo swords. Got it. With my proposal accepted, he motioned for his men to prepare for the challenge. After about a stick of incense time, I mean, how long does it take? How about a few rebel soldiers came one by one. They had bamboo sticks in their hands, which had been roughly cut by knives. Hey, catch! The rebel swordsman tossed the bamboo stick, hurling it towards me. I reached out and caught it, gripping it tight. This isn't bamboo sword, it's just a stick. I look at the bamboo stick in my hand, frowning. Just make it work beyond fancy. We train with bamboo sticks. Alright, who's first? I look at the row of rebel swordsmen. I'll go first. A burly dark-skinned man grabbed a bamboo stick and charged at me. This guy, he's a towering 9-footer with a fierce mug like a door god. Judging by his clumsy step, it's clear he's all brown and no brains. Easy pickings. Whoosh. He swung his stick, closing the gap to just 2 steps away from me, then charged forward, aiming a hard swing at my upper body. I took a quick step back, leaned away to avoid his first swing. At the same time, I spun my waist, lifting the stick to slash at his neck. Smack! Quick as a flash, my stick hit his neck before he could dodge. Ouch! He grunted in pain at the blow. In just one round, I managed to hit this brute right in the neck. He froze in place, stunned by my blow. Initially, he seemed like he wanted to retaliate, but seeing my stick still against his neck, though, thought better of it. If I had used a real blade, his neck would have been halfway severed now. Ah, hell, I'm coming for you. Another one, watching his body quick loss, seemed thick. He grabbed a bamboo stick and rushed at me. Crack. The new guy swung his stick at me repeatedly. I blocked, and in no time we exchanged blows 3 times. He's got some moves, a real fighter. Phew. I let out a deep breath, eyes fixed on his moves, hunting for a gap. I found it. When he swung, he left his left side open. I sidestepped and swung my stick at his waist. Smack. The stick sliced through the air, hitting me with a crisp sound. Me next. Just as I dealt with the second challenger, I heard Boss Lee call out. He grabbed a bamboo stick and came charging at me. Ah, he wanted to challenge me too? He didn't waste a second. He came charging at me, swinging his bamboo stick with a fierce determination. Whoosh! His strikes came fast and strong. Like a stampede I couldn't escape. I dodged to the side just in time to avoid both attacks. Then, as I went to counter with a swing of my own, he struck again. He had remarkable speed and invincible force, making it impossible to dodge. Bring it on! I braced myself and swung back with all I had. Again. He swung his bamboo stick and I swung mine, the two rattling against each other in rapid succession. We clashed for several more rounds. Nice moves, he praised, then swiftly twisted his body, spinning his bamboo sticks towards me. Sharp, fast, precise, and skillful. In his hands, the bamboo stick seemed to take on the essence of the blade. What skill! He wasn't just a figurehead, he knew how to wield a blade. Not daring to slow down, I surged forward, meeting his blade flashes head-on. Blade flashes clash and intertwine, creating a dazzling display of light. Phew! I backed off, taking a breath. We've been going at it for 30 rounds, and it's still neck to neck. His strikes keep coming hard and fast. I'm holding on, giving it everything I got, but just barely keeping up. But I know I got what it takes to come out on top. As the fight went on, I could see his hits aren't hitting as hard, and I'm getting the hang of his fancy moves. Won't be long before I reckon I can take him down, but I've got to hold on tight. My energy is draining, heart's pounding like crazy, taste of blood in my mouth, vision getting fuzzy. Got to hang in there if I want to win. Alright, that's it. What? I'm beat, no more. First time I've seen someone take so many hits, you win. Boss Lee panted hard, looking at me tiredly. We didn't finish 5 rounds, did we? Mine counts at 3 rounds. You've won 5 rounds. Is this alright? And you let us all go? Huh. What use do I have for these little girls? Take them away. Take them all with you. Boss Lee tossed the bamboo sticks to his men and gestured toward me. Aren't you afraid I'll snitch to the official soldiers if I run into them? Nah, I ain't sweating it, buddy. Once we throw down, I know, huh? You aren't the snitching type. Boss Lee glanced at me, grinned, and chuckled. Is this guy serious? Is he really letting us walk away like this? I shot him a skeptical look, but I didn't want to stick around for any longer. I went over to the lambs and was about to lead them away. We're leaving, I said slowly to the lambs, then casually took Queer's hands. Wait a sec. Boss Lee suddenly yelled out. I stopped. The lambs stopped too. They were a bit scared and I was a bit worried. What now? Is he changing his mind? We were supposed to go free if we won the match. In the end, is he afraid we report their route to the officials and won't let us go? It's getting late. Traveling at night isn't convenient. How about staying with us for the night? Oh, by the way, aren't you guys skilled in shadow play? Is that for real? Is that for real or just a bluff? Haha. Most of these folks are from boonies and have never seen a shadow play before. We never know when we lose our lives, you know? When a bunch of us tangle with the official soldiers. Maybe only a few make it out alive. Watching a show's a once-in-a-lifetime thing for most folks. A rare treat, you know? Boss, why are you always saying such unlikely things? You said last time we shouldn't be messing with morale. Hey, quit your yapping. This isn't about stirring up trouble among the troops. Even if hundreds die, as long as one of us is alive, as long as we wipe out the official soldiers, that's still a victory for us. If you're scared, stay safe. But you want to stir things up, embrace risk. Didn't I say that before? How's that messing with morale? Yeah, you're right. We aren't afraid to bite the bullet. We can all break through. Aha, my apologies, buddy. We're always arguing like this among ourselves. Anyways, can you put on a show for us? It doesn't matter how it turns out. I'll treat you to some good booze and grub. Boss Lee eyed me and the lambs, his face lighting up with a sly grin as he rambled on. He was so eager and sincere that it was tough to turn him down. Plus, the night was unforgiving on these mountain trails, and a break in a friendly village sounded tempting. And well, the promise of hearty meal and some drinks was hard to resist. I glanced at the lambs. They seemed to be on board too. Alright, we'll do it your way, but we're not good at acting, so don't expect much. And if the official soldiers come tomorrow, we'll say you made us stay. Deal. Libo, find them a place to stay. Got it. Boss Lee and his soldiers split. The lambs finally relaxed a bit. They started chatting with me in low voices. Leon, you did great in that fight just now. Yeah, almost like yesterday's pet rope. A red rope. Red rope? Like Lubu in the shadow play? Heh, this lamb sure know how to flatter. I told them we put on the shadow play later. We'll do it like last night. The last and I will do the shadows. You girls bang the drums. I look at Mansui, then address the other lambs. Got it. If we do good, do we get meat? Yeah, I'll ask them for some meat later. Meat, awesome, great. Master Liang, we really look like a theater troupe, huh? The wrestlers were all talking over each other. Yeah, I guess I'm really getting into this role. I had forgotten my identity as a human trafficker, and now was feeling more like a leader of the theater troupe. Maybe subconsciously, it might not have been just the promise of food and shelter that made me agree to stay. I really did want to put on a shadow play with the lambs. After all, like Boss Lee said, The first chance in a lifetime may easily also be the last. This will be my first time I'd act with the lambs in front of others, and probably also the last. As night fell, the silver moon peeked through the clouds. Bosley gathered a bunch of rebels, and we lit a big fire in the village center. We set up a white screen in front of the campfire, and the lambs tied the shadow puppets to bamboo sticks. There were lots of spectators tonight. The rebels formed circles around us, crowding close. Their eyes were wide with curiosity, not wanting to miss a thing. Just like Bosley said, they probably hadn't seen a shadow play before, so they were eager to see what we had in store. Here, I let out a big breath and settled behind the white screen. Besides me, Mansui plopped down. She passed me Lubu and took Zhang Fei. It was the same one we did last night. The 3 horses battle Lubu. Let's start, Master Liang. Okay. She gave me a small smile, and I nodded to the other lambs. The drum began. She took a deep breath and started singing again. White robe, black armor, plain headscarf, la da 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 da. Still the same. Mansui sang softly, her voice blending with the crackling of campfire, touching the hearts of the rebel soldiers gathered around. They're quite a lovely bunch, I got to say. After catching our shadow play, they've been cheering non-stop, craving for more. Under Bosley's order, they rearranged themselves, soldiers from the front swapping with those at the back, and so we ended up doing a few more runs. After that, Bosley kept his word and treated us to feast with a good grub and drinks. It was our first proper meal since Shanzhou, and with my mind clear, I chowed down heartily, filling up on meat and knocking back plenty of booze. While we drank and ate meat, the rebels chatted around me. One of them shared a story about a few years back. He was gathering herbs in the mountain ravine and came face to face with a tiger. He snarled at him from about a dozen steps away, and he was so scared he fell to his knees, kowtowing and begging for mercy. But the tiger didn't get human talk. Instead of forgiving him, he wanted to bite him. Feeling scared, he thought whether he knelt or got bit. Ah, shit. He thought whether he knelt and got bit or fought back, he'd die anyway. So he stood up and fought. He grabbed a stick nearby and swung at the tiger. Hitting its head hard, it howled, wanting to return the favor but got hit again in the belly. Hurting its insides, it ran off quickly. The crowd didn't believe the soldier's story and started mocking him. He got mad and insisted he wasn't lying, standing up to argue with the others. That's when Bosley spoke up. He gulped down a jug of wine, motioned for his crew to cease their bickering, and then got to telling his own story. He said he used to be a messenger, drawing a salary from the emperor, but the government shuttered the messenger post after just a few years, leaving him without a job. After that, he went back home to farm and became the village chief. But all he got was straw and locusts, leaving the land barren. The taxes kept coming, so he borrowed from a lord named Ai to save himself and his neighbors. But when it was payback time, grain prices shot up and he couldn't repay. Mr. Ai dragged him to court, beat him up, but spared him prison due to villagers' pleas. Then, more trouble. Mr. Ai and the officials conspired against him, planning to punish him further, even to the point of death. Sentenced to die, he escaped with the help from the villagers. Soldiers chased them into the woods, intending to starve them to death. He was pushed to the brink several times. He never thought of rebellion before, but faced with starvation had no other choice. After rebelling, there was no turning back for him. All that was left was to push forward. His words stirred up passion. Tears welled up in the eyes of the rebels beside him. Hmm. Listening to all this, I didn't feel much. Though I despised the soldiers and the landlords, I hadn't experienced the oppression they had. After hearing so much, I just felt sleepy. After that, I dozed off, woke up to the birds chirping and the rebels packing up. Before we knew it, it was morning, time to go. Woke up the lambs, packed up, and said goodbye to the rebels. Bosley and his followers saw us at the village entrance. Hey, buddy, you don't want to stick around and join us in the fight? He stood by the village entrance, giving my shoulder a pat and asking with a grin. Nah, gonna wrap up some business with the little ones. After you're done, you're going to come join us? Probably not, I told him straight. After all, even being banned is safer than fighting as a rebel. Ah, with such skill, it's really a shame you're not joining us for the action, buddy. But if you ever change your mind and we're still kicking, feel free to come over. He looked a bit sad, letting out a long sigh and shaking his head. Easy for you to say, but how will I find you when the time's come? When the time comes? I asked casually. No sweat, just look for rebel armies and drop my name when you meet someone. You'll find us eventually. What's your full name anyway? Suddenly realized I didn't even know his full name after all this time. I go by Dashing General Lee. Dashing General Lee? I repeated the name silently. It's new to me, but honestly, I didn't pay much attention to the names of the rebels. Under Gau's lead, he's the Dashing King. I'm just the Dashing General. If you run into a rebel, just mention Dashing General, and they'll know you're with us. Dash forth. Let's carve our fate with steel. Let's make those officials drop their weapons. Make them beg for mercy. He chuckled confidently, striking a heroic stance. Got it. I nodded and led the pack horse, heading towards Haijo with the lambs. After a while, I glanced at the rebel soldiers line up in the distance. A flag fluttered in the wind, pole shining silver and crimson flag looking like it was soaked in blood. I seemed to have seen it yesterday. There wasn't much wind yesterday, so I didn't see what the pattern was on the flag. At first I thought it would have the Lee character, because most generals would put their last name on the flag. But today I realized it wasn't Lee. It was a big, strong character. Chuang Dash. Dashing General. The rebel general looking to dash forward and break through the world. Suits him well. By the end, still didn't know why he, with his northern Shan accent, had his crew through Jin heading north. And he didn't know if I was really human traffic or where these lambs were going. Holy shit. The dashing general showed us the way. We followed it for 6 hours until we reached the main road near Haijo. After a quick rest, some rations by the roadside, we resumed our journey in the afternoon. Another hour later, we finally arrived at Haijo. But this time something was off. The city gate was shut tight. The tall walls and shut gates sealed off Haijo, keeping everyone out. Below the walls sat a beggar in tattered clothes, while guards watched from above, their faces hidden. When we spot them, they spot us too. Gate shut today, head back. The guard shouted down from the city gate. Why's that? I yelled, asking the guard up on the gate tower. Orders from above, no clue why. When's the gate opening? Don't know. The guard yelled impatiently. I glanced at the beggar below, who was chuckling at us, likely seen this before many times. Master Leon, the person you're looking for is in Haijo? Yeah, I saw her once about 2 years ago. About 2 years back in Huazhu. Said she was heading to Haijo. So what's the plan now? No idea. I stare at the shut city gate, unsure of what to do next. Should we turn back to Shangzhou and figure things out from there? Or should we take a longer route to Yansheng, along the main road? Neither option feels right. Apart from my friend in Haizhou, I couldn't think of anyone else who might buy the lamps for me right now. Besides, going back to would be a hassle. I don't know the way Yansheng. I don't know the way to Yansheng very well. Damn, this isn't good. Hey there, don't bother waiting. The gate's been shut down for 2 days now. Nobody's getting through. How about some food? I'll spill the beads on why and then point you on the right direction. The beggar by the gate suddenly spoke up. I glanced his way. Guess there are many options right now. He's been sitting there a while, seen plenty come and go. Might have some answers. I walked up to the pack horse and grabbed a piece of ration. Let's hear it. I handed the rations to the beggar. He eyed me suspiciously at first, then grinned and took the offering. Thanks, mister. Let me tell you. You know about them rebels up north in Jin? Yeah? Up north, rebels. Government sent lots of troops to squash them, but they just kept coming. Heard they're marching down from the north. Towns nearby haven't been peaceful lately. The higher-ups got scared, so they closed the gate of Haizhou in the last few days. I pondered the beggar's words quietly. What he said probably holds true. Gates aren't usually shut during the day unless there's enemy forces. This is the southern border of Jin. Those barbarians from the border are unlikely to barge in. That means it's likely the rebels already made their way into Jin, and that's why they closed the gate. But he probably doesn't know everything. General Lee's gang, they're from the Shan region originally, headed north. So ain't rebels from up north heading south. It's rebel from Shan sneaking into Jin, going north. Why were they going north though? Maybe to join forces against the government army? That's a mighty bold move, risking it all like that. Nothing you're saying is surprising. I not only know, but probably know more than you. Is there anything fresher? I asked the beggar coldly. Huh? You already knew, mister? Then why you asked the guard just now? Just wanted to double check. Never mind. Let's cut to the chase. What's the solution you're talking about? Alright. The solution. Head southeast for about 2,000 steps until you spot a hill by the river. Go around it. And at the foot of the hill there's an inn. You can't take the kids there, mister. Word is, the innkeeper's got deep connection and knows how to get into Haizhou. Alright, let's go check it out. I got the info from the beggar, then got the pack horse ready and moved on with the lambs. An inn at the oh shit, oh it's a typo. An inn at the foot of the hill with a canny owner? Well, that sounds pretty intriguing. After about half an hour, we got to the inn. Just like the beggar said, it's at the foot of the hill. Before it came, I thought it would be crowded with people who couldn't get into Haizhou. It's way quieter than I thought. With a cloudy day, the dark clouds over the top of the inn gave it an eerie feeling. Not helped by the inn's door and window being closed. I took the lambs into the inn. They stayed close together, walking carefully. The inn is so dark. Yeah, this place feels all wrong, like it's occupied by ghosts. Should we keep going? Sis, what's a ghost? Can't talk about ghosts. It's bad luck. Just don't talk about them or see them. Sisui, what's a ghost? Ghost is that person who walks, You can see him but can't touch him. They can kill you. Why'd you have to say that? It's not good to talk about stuff like that. The lambs start chattering, getting all riled up. Quiet. I sternly hush that talk. Don't scare yourself, silly. It's daytime. Where's the ghost gonna come from? I'm here, my blade's here, what's to fear? I've killed many people, seen my share of bodies, but never seen a ghost. No need to worry. Hey, anybody in here? I shouted as I entered the inn. Anybody in here? I raised my voice and shouted again. Coming! Finally, after my second shot, I heard a response. A waiter came down from upstairs. Welcome. Hey, and you brought along some girls too, huh? Please, have a seat. When the waiter saw us, he warmly welcomed us. He gestured for us to take a seat. See, no ghosts around here. What kind of tea you want? Longjing? Hukyo or Song Lo? Just water, please. No worries. I'll pour you some. Guests staying here get water on the house. Alright, pour some then. By the way, why is it so empty then? Slow season, don't have many guests. You haven't heard? Haishou's locked down. Yeah, I heard about it. Got guests upstairs who can't get in. Really? I glanced upstairs skeptically. Actually, I didn't seem to hear any guests. What food does the inn have for dinner? Well, we're running low, might be basic, but if you got money, we can rustle up some meat and wine. What meat? How much? 3 pieces of pork, half a tail. Half a tail? Why is it so much? How much for one night? 1 tail. Oh, since you got so many girls, it's an extra half tail for a bigger room. 1.5 tail for a night. You're ripping us off like this? Hey, can't say that. Times are tough. Prices got to reflect that. That's too steep for me. We won't stay here. Hey, think it over, sir. It's getting dark, and there's nowhere else nearby for miles. And if you're really leaving, you got to pay up for this pot of Longjing tea. Holy shit. This is a scam. Starting to feel like a real scam. I sneered and got up, planning to take the lamps and leave. Seemed like the beggar's direction weren't any good. He was just trying to trick us into this shady place. This place is probably a rip-off joint, taking advantage of the lockdown in Haizhou to make a killing. So, there's probably aren't any guests upstairs, and even if there are, they're likely keeping quiet, just taking the hit. Yep, ghosts are rare, but people's heart, now that's a different story. They're the real spooky ones. Same in peacetime, worse in chaos. Stop right there. Either pay up or take a beating. Just as I was about to leave the lamps out the door, a fierce-looking and burly man burst out from the kitchen. I paid him no mind, motioned to the lamps and turned, leading the way towards the inn's entrance. You aren't leaving, are you? He came charging at me with his rolling pin. What a joke. Just yesterday, I sparred with the dashing general, plus I had my blade at hand. These guys didn't worry me. No need to look back. I could hear a step on the creaky floorboards. Heavy thuds followed his strides. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. Here it comes. As the burly man closed in behind me, I spun around fast. With a quick spin and swift moves, I smoothly sidestepped him. He was about to charge at me, but his balance wasn't steady, leaning too far forward. Seizing his arm, I took advantage of his momentum, slamming him to the nearby wooden table. His head and torso thudded onto the table, nearly breaking it. I gripped his arm tightly and swiftly forced him backward onto the table with a sudden push. At the same time, I whipped up the knife with my left hand, yanked it 3 inches from its sheath, and pressed the blade against the back of his neck. Try anything, you're done. I stared down at the strong arm flap and said coldly, I'm fine with this inn getting bloody. After all, I've seen blood covered in just a few days before. Please, mister, spare me, spare me. The burly man, pinned down by me with a blade at his neck, instantly backed down, quietly pleading for mercy. Don't kill him. Let's talk it out. The waiter, scared stiff, didn't dare get in close. He completely lost his earlier tough act. Hold it. Just as I was pondering what to do with them, a clear female voice rang in my ears. A lady slowly descended the inn stairs. As she walked, her finger trailed along the railing. She appeared to be in her 20s, her updo indicating she was married. She wore a light purple gown with a pale blue sash around her waist, giving an elegant and subdued impression. Familiar. With a glance, I immediately recognized her. She was young. Before I could say her name, she beat me to it, calling out mine. She looked at me in surprise, standing there stunned, all her usual calm gone. Her name was Yuan Min Kai. Perhaps her parents meant for her to fly high and have a virtuous life. Virtuous life. But to resemble her namesake more in having the perceptiveness of a bird of prey. She was the one I was searching for. Funny how things turned out. I didn't make it to Haizhou, but here she is in this rip-off joint. I look at Kite, recalling what I knew about her. Kite, I met her 5 years back. After the Tianjin explosion, lots of homeless people returned to their hometowns. I planned to head southeast, but got mixed up and ended up following a group heading southwest. I traveled with them for a while, passing through a country near Anyang, where there was trouble brewing. Two brothers there said the magistrate had messed up a case, covering up for a local landlord. The landlord took over their land, but because he was tied with the magistrate awarded the land to him. The two brothers got mad, got drunk, and decided to play bandit, aiming to raid the landlord's grains one night. Some refugees heard about it and agreed to join them in the robbery. They talk about justice, but really, they were just after their own gain. They've been starving for days, didn't care about anything about upholding justice or assisting the poor. They just wanted to snatch some grain, and the brothers stepped up, giving them an excuse. How do I know? Because I was one of them. Have been hungry too long, just want a decent and fulfilling meal. So I tag along to grab some food too. I swear, why are people watching me play this, man? One night we followed the brothers. We waited at the landlord's place, climbed his wall with a wooden ladder, and snuck inside. Found the grain stash fast, knocked out the servants guarding it, and grabbed a sack each before making a run for it. Shouldn't end there. Turned out things didn't go as planned. Those brothers, they nabbed the grain but couldn't resist heading to the landlord's room to rough him up. And among our group, some had their eyes on the landlord's woman, thinking they could take advantage of him. As I tried to split with the grain, I saw of the landlord and his wife. They were busy abusing the landlord's concubine and messing up his servants. I tried to talk sense, but nobody listened. I didn't want to get involved because I was worried that the official soldiers would come looking. Wanted to just split with the grain. Then I heard someone shout from far off, saying they found the landlord's daughter hiding in a room. For some reason, maybe curiosity, maybe something else, I hesitated for a sec before leaving. I ran with two others towards the voice, planning to take a look. We stormed into the room and caught a guy trying to force himself on a woman, tearing at her clothes. I had no plan on stepping in, but he screamed and his disgusting laughter made me sick. I couldn't take it anymore. Instead of just talking, I dropped the crane, grabbed my blade, and charged at the guy, cutting him down with one swift stroke. The people who came with me got scared off by my sudden move and bolted out the door, probably the others for my betrayal. Me, to dodge any retaliation from my erstwhile accomplices, I grabbed the woman and made a run for it. Soon enough, the constable showed up, showed up and found us. Thinking I was just a servant, they let me off the hook. At our direction, they stormed the landlord's place. Most of the crooks couldn't escape and got caught on the spot. Meanwhile, with the woman's help, I slip out of town and keep heading west. Kite was the woman, the landlord's daughter. After that, I thought I'd never see her again. She just thanked me for saving her, then asked why I was with those crooks raiding her house, and she never brought it up later. Shit, that was so tiring. Oh. 2 years back, I bumped into her again in Sanjo. I was looking to sell some stuff at the pawn shop, and turned out she was the boss there. Took her a sec to recognize me, then she invited me to the back for tea. She told me that after the mess 3 years ago, her family was left with just few servants and their business tanked. The marriage they had lined up fell apart because of it. So she got her kin to set up a new marriage, ended up marrying into a wealthy family in Shanzhou, only to find out the guy ran a dodgy pawn shop. Her husband kicked the bucket soon after they tied the knot, leaving her running the pawn shop solo. By chance, we met again and finally learned each other's names. I stayed in Shanzhou for a few months and often dropped by to see her, but our connection didn't stop there. I even came looking for her to help with these lamps, and now here we are, bumping into each other once more at the inn near Haizhou. Leon, last time we met was 2 years back, right? Huh, yeah, 2 years ago. When I was in Shanzhou, you showed up at my pawn shop to fence stuff. Kite came down the inn stairs, smiling at me. Back then, I mentioned I thought Shan wasn't safe and wanted to head to Jin to avoid trouble. How'd you find this place? Maybe you forgot. Back then, you clearly said you wanted to go to Haizhou, so I came here to find you. Didn't expect that I bumped into you at the dodgy pawn shop last time, and at the dodgy inn this time. How come the place you run are always so dodgy? In today's world, ain't many honest jobs worth doing, right? She giggled, briefly covering her face, but soon her expression turned serious. Liam, I know you're all about the hustle, handling your own stuff. So what's up? What brings you to me this time? How'd you find your way to Haizhou? For them, I told her, glancing at the girls nearby. Quite a few young girls. You say my business isn't honest, but aren't you doing some shady stuff yourself? Kinda. Well, not exactly. For a moment, I didn't know how to tell Kyle about all that happened. Wasn't right with these lambs listening, and didn't feel right with everyone else in the inn hearing. Kite caught on to what I was getting at. Will Zhang, old bull, take the girls to the kitchen and fix up some grub. Master Liang and I need to talk alone for a bit. Got it, boss. Sure thing. After Kite spoke, the wearer and the burly man led the girls to the kitchen. Mansui eyed Kite warily. Xinghua and the other lambs looked uneasy too. I mean, not long ago I almost got into it with that tough guy called Iron Bull, and now I'm chatting it up with his boss. It's definitely a bit strange. Don't worry, it was all a mix-up. She's the one I was planning to bring you all to meet in the city. Someone trustworthy. I introduced Kai to the lamps. So the boss here is the one Master Liang was after? Master Liang was after a lady, huh? Oh, a lady, huh? The lambs chime in with their own reaction. But what caught me off guard was how they seemed more shocked that the person I was seeking was a woman than the fact that I was looking for the owner of the Shady Inn. Alright, you girls head to the kitchen now. I'll be there soon. I waved them off, urging the lambs to hurry. Okay, don't worry. Uh, don't want to interrupt Master Liang's catch-up time with his lady friend. Mansui directed the other lamb towards the kitchen and muttered something under her breath, sounding a bit strange. What's with the mysterious lass? Liang, seems like you're getting on real fine with these girls. Doesn't look like you're some shady dealers after all. Alright, I'm gonna take a break for a moment, okay? I'm gonna make some tea, coffee, I guess. Okay, I'm back. Okay, seriously, why there are four people here? I'm actually curious. Like, why? Liang, seems like you're getting old and real fine. Shit. Seems like you're getting on real fine with these girls. Doesn't look like you're some shady dealers after all. Kite glanced at the reaction of the lambs and teased me. Ah, it's a long story. I sigh, planning to start from scratch and explain everything. I told Kite about what went down in the last 20 days. About 20 days back, Tong and I got dropped into blah 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 blah. There's a lot of bit of redundancy here, so even I'm too tired to read it, so I'm just gonna skip it a bit. Nah, we want to be here, man. Just do what you do. Okay. Yin-san pulled a fast one on us, making us think we were just living. Blah blah blue blah blah blue blah 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 blah. I didn't want those things to end up dead. Tong insists on carrying on, lied to me, say he'd cooperate. Things got heated passing through Sanzhou. I ended up taking him up and burying him before heading to Haizhou. La di da. Dang, you actually killed your buddy. Yup, had to. No way we both make it here. We were at the stalemate, had to be done. Who's the buyer in Luoyang? Can't say. Won't help you any. Alright, don't need to know. So, you want me to help you finish the job and sell these girls? Yeah, trying to find a way to sell them off. Going rate from a few years back. 100 taels of silver each. She looked a bit conflicted. What's up? Can find a way? I frowned, asking. It's not that I can't find a way. But it's impossible to sell them for 100 taels now. Years of disaster have doubled or tripled the price of grain in the Northwest. The business of selling people doesn't make as much money as it used to. Now even selling for 50 taels is difficult. Impossible. Tong said the buyers in Luoyang was willing to pay 2,000 taels for just four of the lambs. Then why don't you think about how that buyer will treat these lambs? How much they sell for depends on where you want to send them. If you send them to a brothel, you can get 100 taels each, but they probably won't live long, and even if they do, life there is worse than death. If you sell them as a child brides, you can get 50 taels each. As child brides, it's all about luck. If they meet a good person, that's their blessing. If they don't, then they'll have to leave it to the fate. You only have these two options: the brothel and child brides. I mean, seriously. Who's going to buy slaves anyway? You know. An actual good life's not gonna happen at this time. Yeah, these days, if you want to make good money, those are the only two ways. I looked down. Selling them to the brothel is out of the question. Selling them off as children brides could work. But is that really the right thing to do? Liang, if you're not up for selling them off like that, I have another idea. What's that? Kai suddenly suggested, grabbing my attention. I could use some extra help here. You can sell those two sisters for me for 5 taels each. As for the other two girls, you can figure out something. If you need any introductions, I can help. Only 5? I look at Kai, finding the price too low. Yeah, considering I'll be providing for them, and they won't be able to do much work, it's actually a loss for me. 5 is actually quite generous. She explained slowly. I lower my head in silence, biting my lower lip in thought. I trust Kite. She'd take good care of Hunger and Kuya. Maybe I could figure out something for Xianghua and Mansui later. But just 10 taels for all this, and who knows if if I even have any left after sorting everything out. I've been looking after them for so long, risking everything, getting rid of town, ditching Yin-san's job, getting into all sorts of trouble along the way. I was planning to grab more money, head south, and carve out a peaceful life from this chaotic world. And now, I'm supposed to give up all my earnings, or even lose money, just so they can have a better life? What kind of deal is that? Am I willing to give up my own peace to ensure they're okay? Being this good isn't my usual style. I'm a wolf. I'm ready to do anything to survive. Just keeping them alive is enough. Is it really worth being a total do-gooders? Liam, being kind in this messed up world isn't free. Sell for a good price or be a good guy. Which will you choose? Kite's words hung in the air. After some inner struggle, I finally had my answer. But the thing is she trustworthy? That's the problem. But it's okay, I guess. I have to sell them for a good price. After some thinking, I made up my mind and told Kyle what I decided. I did my best to rescue them from doom. Now, with my own neck on the line, I'll take what I can get. Alright, if that's what you want, I hope you find a way. Wait. Seriously? No. That's not what I want. Let me think it over some more. When faced with Kite's question, I didn't give her an immediate answer. There's been this voice inside me all along saying, get a good price for him. It said some other things too. I've done enough. I killed Tone to save these lambs. How can I care about them when I'm struggling to protect myself? But even though these thoughts keep ringing in my head, I hesitated. I'll think it over. Sure, take your time, no rush here. It's getting late. Grab some grub, we'll chat more tomorrow. With a slight smile, Kai stepped away from the moment. I ignored Kite's advice and didn't go straight to the kitchen for food. Instead, I wandered outside the inn, feeling restless. Like a confused wolf, I paced back and forth, hungry but unsure due to my inner struggle. Reflecting on the past 20 days only heightened my agitation. I'd be uncomfortable sending off this lamb as a child bride. Too many bad people out there. What if they ran into someone who beats or cursed them? What if they're forced to have babies and die in childbirth? Or worse, what if they end up sold to the swine demon by whoever bought them? How would I have saved them at all then? Not good. Can't risk their future like that. The sky darkened and my stomach growled with hunger. It's time to eat something. I walked into the inn with the sun behind me, heading towards the lobby. Inside, the innkeeper was studying up tables while the burly man I thought a lesson to earlier was settling the inn's account books. I hadn't expected him to also handle account books. After asking about the kitchen, I was pointed in the right direction. A few steps later, I found myself in the kitchen. Surprisingly, all the lamps were there. Here, drop the knife. No, I want to use it. You're too young for that. It's dangerous. You'll cut yourself. Sis, you're not fun. You silly girl. I'm not being mean, but if you cut yourself, there's no medicine. Alright, don't fuss over this, you two. Honga, let her try. I'll show her how to handle the knife and keep watch. If Sisu says so, fine. Sis is cool. What should we chop first, garlic or cabbage? Cabbage. We haven't peeled the garlic, can't cut it yet. They all huddled by the stove in the back kitchen. Mansui stood in the center, with Hong'er and Queer on one side and Xianghua on the other. From afar, it seemed like the lads were showing Queer how to handle a knife. What are you all doing? I woke up, curious about their activities. Master Liang? Uh, Xianghua and Queer spotted me first and gasped. Then Mansui and Hong'er turned around to see me too. When they noticed me, they all got tense and swiftly hid their hands behind their backs. I saw on the cutting board there were pork, garlic, and some chopped cabbage. Are they cooking? Master, you're here. Mansui greeted me with beaming smile. I glanced at her grin, then eyed the other lambs, puzzled. Why are you all acting sneaky? You're sneaking snack or something? I asked the lambs in a low voice. No, we aren't sneaking no food. Then what are you doing? Sisui is showing us how to cook. Huh? Why all the sneakiness for cooking? I prodded further, wanting to know more about Xianghua. Sisui said we should cook secretly and surprise you when it's done. If you had known earlier, maybe you wouldn't have been surprised. Xianghua lowered her head, her face slightly red, and nervously clutched at her clothes, revealing the truth. The other lambs nodded along. It didn't look like a lie. Seems like it's my fault. I barged into their kitchen and disrupted the surprise they had prepared. Master, look, I can chop veggies. Kuya called out to me. I leaned over to see her chopping. She gripped the knife in one hand and pressed down with the other, putting all her weight into it to slice the cabbage. With some effort, she managed to cut up a piece of cabbage and then looked at me with pride, as if waiting for praise. Her chopping technique might be a bit awkward, but at least she got the job done. Not bad, but when you're stronger and steadier, you can try using a straight chop. I calmly told her as I took the knife from her hand. I held the cabbage in one hand while gripping the knife handle in the other. Then I swiftly made 3 cuts, slicing cabbage evenly. That's way quicker. I want to give it a shot too. Oh shit. Okay, the story is actually interesting, but the dialogue is way too long, man. It's way too redundant. It's actually tiring. I mean, it's fine if I'm reading it like in my head, but I'm reading it verbally, so it's extra. Not yet, Queer. Master Leon said, wait till you're stronger, or you might get hurt. I mean, it's kind of always the thing with like Chinese games, you know, like tons of words for some reason. I mean, maybe I kind of know the reasons, but you know. Sister's no fun. Never let me try. Xianghua praised my knife skills, while the 2 sisters argue again about cutting veggies. What are you cooking up there? I asked the lamb curiously while eyeing the vegetables on the cutting board. There was a big cabbage, some wild greens, a bulb of garlic, and what looked like not enough, 2 eggs and a small piece of pork. What's the plan for this dish? We're making 3 simple dishes, including egg drop soup with wild veggies, garlic stir-fried pork, and sauteed cabbage. Huh? You're the one teaching them? Yeah, learned from mom before. Mansui proudly smiled at me with a hint of smugness in her eyes. This last knows quite a lot of things. Alright, you girls go ahead and cook. I won't be in the way here. I'll come back to taste it when you're done. Sure, that's natural. We want to make it for you anyway. Okay, make sure you eat plenty. Mansui nodded, and Queer seemed excited too. They're pretty fired up. I wonder how it'll turn out. Watching them from afar, my gaze softened, a slight smile playing at the corners of my lips. If, at this moment, I had a bronze mirror in front of me, I probably wouldn't recognize myself, would I? The sun went down. I sat at the wooden table in the lobby of inn. In the lobby of inn? What? Okay. The lamps brought out the cooked food. Steam rose from the dishes, filling the inn with delicious smell. I was pretty hungry, but I didn't rush to eat to keep up a grown-up image. Here, give them a taste. After all the dishes were served, hunger urged me on. She seemed quite eager. Got it. When people finish cooking, they're always the most eager for others to eat. I remember when I was a kid, my dad, while still around, used to be the first to tell me to eat when she cooked, threatening to spank me if I didn't eat while it was still hot. Here, eat up. Claire handed me a pair of chopsticks, eager for me to taste her cooking. Alright. I nodded and used the chopstick to pick up a piece of the garlic stir-fried pork. I took a bite and chewed slowly. I savored the flavor of the meat. Good. It was cooked just right, tender and juicy, although a bit lacking in seasoning. But I couldn't blame him. The kitchen probably didn't have many spices on hand. How's the dish? Hunger eagerly asked. It's good, pretty tasty, I said simply. Hong and Kui looked happy hearing that. Try some egg drop soup with wild veggies, master. Shobha offered as I finished the meat. She handed me a wooden spoon. Seems like she had a big part in this dish. I remember seeing her washing the wild veggies earlier. I took a spoonful of soup and tasted it. Strong veggie taste. Not good? Xianghua seemed disappointed. It's actually pretty good. I didn't want Xianghua to feel too bad, so I said the soup was okay even though I didn't really like it. It's not her fault though. Wild greens just aren't my thing. Maybe they needed something else to balance it out, like a bit of cooking wine. Anyway, after the soup, I checked out the third dish. Give it a try. Sui smiled at me expectantly. Looked like she made this dish. I picked up the chopsticks and grabbed a piece of stir-fried cabbage. Sui smiled as she watched me eat. This last, she isn't spiking any of my food, right? Seeing her sneaky grin, I got this weird idea. Nah, she wouldn't. Sure, I scolded her and spanked her, but poison about it. Plus, the other lamp will eat this later. Even if she wanted to poison me, she wouldn't harm those lambs who call her Sisui, wouldn't she? Thinking that, I felt a bit better. I grabbed my chopstick and dug into the cabbage. Oh, it's cooked real nice. The cabbage feels just right, not too crunchy, not too soft. And she poured some pork broth on top and sprinkled chopped garlic, giving it some extra flavor. Got to say, this lass knows how to cook. Hehe, Master Liang, tasty. Tasty, right? Sui leaned on table, look at me. Okay, about as good as the other two dishes maybe. Little tastier. I spoke carefully, not wanting to make the little brat too proud. I chopped up the cabbage for Sisui. Kui raised her hand. Yeah, I saw you chopping it earlier. I smiled at Kui, and she grinned back, showing her teeth. Join in, don't just watch me eat. I prompted the lambs to join in. After I said that, they obediently picked up their chopstick and started eating. Master, let me give you a rice. No need, I got it. Okay. Have some more meat? No need, I'll get it myself. Still mad at me for letting you chop veggies? Nope. Sisui cooks so well, I want to improve too. You can learn over time, nothing happens overnight. Try the soup again, the egg drops are tasty. I took another spoonful of the vegetable soup. I got some egg drop in it too. Definitely tastier with the egg drop added. Oh my god. I watched the lambs before me. They didn't say anything to express their gratitude, but through the meal, I could feel their closeness. I don't know if it was Mansui's idea or a group decision. They probably felt my kindness on the journey, providing food, drink, and safety. So I want to show the gratitude with this meal. And I'm about to tell you what kind of person am I to them. I figure, at the start, me and Tong were pretty much the same. Both of us were human trafficker, with Tong being a bit harsher and me a bit quieter. But as we traveled and experienced more together, they began to see the difference between us. They weren't as scared of me anymore, especially after a bathhouse incident in Wenxiang. These lambs even started bossing me around to do things. Later, I off Tong for them, joined their shadow place, and got closer. Started feeling less like a human trafficker, more like an older friend. Heh, friend. I don't think there's a wolf in the world who can be friends with sheep. So, if I took them as my friends, can I still call them lambs? Maybe it's time I see them as kids. Kids. In that case, as their grown friend, I can't just send this kid off to be child brides. If that happened, the sisters will be split up. Maybe never to see each other again. If that happens, Xianghua will never see her parents again, and she'll have regret for the rest of her life. And Mansui, that last, I can't quite figure her out. I don't know how she'd take it, but I know that isn't what she wants either. I guess that's it then. I really can't do it. I see them as important kids. I'm not cut out to be a wolf. Kui Hong. I called their name softly. Master, what is it? Kui and Hong look at me curiously. How did the waiter treat you earlier? The waiter was nice. He showed us to the kitchen. Yeah, he was going to cook for us. Asked what we like. If Sisui hadn't said we were cooking ourselves, he would have made us food. The innkeeper? How was she? She's great. Never seen such a pretty lady before. Seems like a nice sister. One more thing. If you could choose, would you rather go somewhere nice or back home? I asked the critical final question. I want to go home, be with my parents and little bro. Kui spoke up first, her eyes shining. Kui? Hong interrupted her sister. We want to go somewhere nice, not back home. Mom and Dad said, home's in trouble, no food. Going back will hurt everyone. We need to marry well, live better, and then help our family later. Honger spoke each word carefully, as if remembering her parents' words. I stayed quiet. Honger was wise beyond her years. She knew their family sent them away because they couldn't afford to feed them. It was practically selling them off. Even if they returned, they're likely to be sold again. Kui didn't grasp this, and Hong couldn't explain it to her. It's better not to understand some things. But I hope they won't bother coming back to help that family which sold them. That kind of family. What's there to help? Alright, I get your point. Let me ask you one more thing. I said seriously, having made up my mind. I lowered my head, then raised it to meet their eyes. Kui, Hong, I've thought about it. I found you a good place. If you stay with the innkeeper here, living with that sister for a while, would you be okay with that? I questioned the two, their eyes widening with a sudden unease. Are you going to leave us here? No, I want to stay with. Oh no, I want to stay with you. After a brief pause, Hong's voice quivered as she asked, and tears welled up in Kui's eyes. She had nearly cried when she thought about going home earlier. Now, hearing that I'm going to leave her behind, she wanted to cry even more. No tears, okay? Let me explain. I'm not trying to leave you guys behind. It's just that I was going to drop you off here. I took a job from Minsan to send you all as child brides. But I thought about it, and sending you as child brides would separate you two. Better for you to stay together here at the inn. After my word, Hong and Kui grew quieter. They stared at me, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, Hong spoke up again. After leaving us? Hong raised her eyes, her voice still tinged with tears. Yes, I will have to leave eventually. I let out a sigh. Got my own stuff to handle. Got some old enemies to dodge. Once I sort you two out, I'm heading south to lay low for a while. I was a bit surprised myself by being so upfront with the sisters. But you know, I remember this in location. Maybe one day I'll come back to see you here. When fate allows, people will meet again sooner or later. I told Kui as I gently patted her head. I found myself wearing a forced, gentle smile, a rare sight indeed. The smile felt stiff even to me, yet I somehow managed to make it. I didn't want these girls to cry again. We get it, we'll stay. You've got to visit us. I'm staying too. Don't want to leave sis. Master, Sui. Sis what? You gotta come visit us. Hong Er and Queer said to us. Mansui and Xianghua smiled seeing them like that. Xianghua. After confirming Hong Er and Queer intentions, I turned to Xianghua. Xianghua looked at me, put down her chopsticks, and fidgeted in her seat. She just heard what I said to the sister, so likely guessed what I was going to say. I know where you're coming from. Forget what Kin-san told you. You stay here for a while. I'll talk to the innkeeper and try to find your family. If I find them, they can come get you. Now, do you still want to see him? Tears welled up in Xionghua's eyes. She bit her lip, her jaw shaking, and her eyelashes trembling. Yes. Shortly after, she uttered a word with a tearful voice. This word made her answer clear to me. Alright, I'll do it, she said firmly, meeting her gaze. If she wants to see her family, I'll make it happen. Decided? Okay. After an hour, we finished eating. I met with Kite again, chatting in the lobby. I thought it over, going to do the right thing. Those two sisters will stay here. I'll sell them to you for 10 taels and trouble you to take care of them in the future. For Xianghua, I'll find her family. Any ideas? You know where she's from? Check. Her father was an official in the capital, but got sent to the border for cozying up too much to the Inspector General Yuan. Hang tight. I'll pry into her parents' status and report back. Okay. With that lead on her parents, we can let her stay here for now. I have someone track down where they are. And reach out. So, should I give you money for finding out and sending letters? Nah. I'll sort it out with her parents later. If they need money for postage for a trip back, they'll cover it. But her parents got exiled to the border. They got money? Usually. Unless they're banished for something serious. Don't sweat it. I won't push too hard if they're tight. Long as they still care about her, I'm on board. Okay. After hearing Kite's plan for Xianghua, I felt better. And what about the last one? Kite looked at me, asking about Mansui. Oh, she meant her. I guess she made quite an impression on her too. That last one to go to Luoyang has her own plans. I don't fully agree, but I'll tag along to Luoyang and chat with her on the way. Heard she's lost all her close kin. I'll try finding some distant relatives around Luoyang. If not, we'll figure something out then, I remarked casually. When it comes to Mansui, that last, I'm confident. I'm also cautious. On one hand, I trust her smarts. She could find her way out of any mess. But on the other hand, I can't shake the feeling she's hiding something from me, especially with her insistence on going to Luoyang. I need to sit down and have a chat with her, clear the air. Okay, I've got too many girls here anyway. Taking her with you is fine. Tomorrow I'll help sort things out at the station. Got you on the cargo wagon. They'll get you to Loyang quicker. Taking a cargo wagon? Safe walking, awesome. Thanks. I nodded to Kite, but then I paused, realizing there was something else I needed to ask her. Kite, got one more thing to ask. What's that? Know how to get into Haizhou? Yep. Though it's sealed off, they open the southeast gate at dawn for trade. If you're up early tomorrow, you can have the waiter guide you, but only one person, okay? No problem, was planning on going alone anyway. Why are you going to the city? Kite blinked, puzzled by my sudden trip into the city tomorrow. Just going to the market to buy stuff. Need supplies for the journey, selling the pack horse for money. And since we're parting soon, I'll get them gifts. I awkwardly told Kite. Heh. Kite chuckled softly when she heard me say that. What's amusing? I frowned, wondering why she was laughing. Nothing. Just funny how after all this time you're still you. Still me? Yep. Just Liam. You're not a wolf. You're Liam. Kite smirked and spoke vaguely. Her eyes showed a mix of pity, mockery, and tenderness. Ugh. Kite's words were nonsense. Calling me a good person who lived up to my name was laughable. I've taken out plenty of people, and even if I stop, the debts I owe will never be repaid in lifetime. I'm no saint. I'm just a fool who wanted to be a wolf but ended up half-baked one. That's all. Wait. How long have I been streaming? Almost 3 hours. At dawn, I went out early with the waiter. We went into the city through the southeast gate of Haizhou, heading to the morning market to buy stuff. We only had about 2 hours to shop, as being late meant we'd be stuck inside the city. We hurried along, hardly talking. Along the way, I counted the days since I met these girls. It had been about 20 days if my math was right. Looking back, I realized how much those 20 days meant to me, for me. The old me would have been shocked to see all I've done for these girls now. What can I get for you, sir? I'm looking to buy gifts for 4 girls, ranging from 12 to 6 years old. What do you think would be suitable? Ah, you've come to the right person. I have daughter myself, so I know exactly what little girls like. Little ones love windmills, tambourines, and clay rattles. Get one for each, and they play for a long time. As they grow older, girls love fashion. Clothes or accessories will be perfect. Hey, you don't seem that old. How come you've got 4 little girls with you? I'm not married, they're not mine. Just kids I'm looking after for friends. Enough chat, show me what you've got. Sure thing. I got gifts for the girls. Later, I grabbed breakfast at a bun shop and got a basket of buns to go. After packing up everything, I met with the waiter and we headed back to the inn together. Bang, bang, bang. Get up, all of you, downstairs to the lobby. After returning to the inn, I went to the girls' doors, knocked 3 times and told them to come downstairs. They straightened their clothes, rubbed their sleepy eyes, and slowly gathered in the lobby. Why'd you wake us up so early? It's not early anymore. There was a crowd 2 hours ago. Come, got you girls a basket of buns. I laid the bundle containing the buns on the table and opened it up. 8 buns were laid out, catching the girls' eyes right away. More buns! Wow, you're so kind. Meat buns! The 3 girls gathered excitedly, their eyes sparkling as if about to drool at the sight of the buns. What are you waiting for? Dig in. Only take 2 each, no more. I chuckled, and the kids eagerly reached out to grab their buns. No bun for you, Master Liam? She asked, puzzled, holding one. Nope, already had mine. Finishing up, then I'll show you what I got for you girls. I casually remarked as they chewed on the buns. Gifts? Chloe asked me with a mouthful of bun, her words somewhat muffled. Yeah, I bought gifts for you in another package. I want to see. I want to see it too. The two sisters came to the package containing the gifts, holding their buns. Wait, finish eating before checking out the gifts. Don't forget to wash your hands, or you'll dirty them. I cautioned the eager girls seriously. They obediently tucked their hands back. Sigh. What's the rush? After half an instant stick time, the lamb finished their buns. They wiped their oily mouths, washed their hands, and gathered around the wooden table, eagerly waiting for me to unwrap the package. I opened the package, revealing its content to them. A red tambourine, a green clay rattle, and a purple windwheel toy. Here, these are all for you. I pointed to the gifts in the package, speaking slowly. Wow! The other lambs were glued to the side as well. I aimed to hand out the gifts individually and show them how to play with each one. Homer, here's a tambourine. How do I play it? Watch. Hold it like this and spin it back and forth to make some noise. Thank you. After showing her how to use the tambourine, I gave it to her. She seemed pretty happy with it. Qui, here's your clay rattle. How do I play? You shake it near your ear or roll it on the ground. You'll hear something special. Let me try. Wow, it sounds like sand. Queer, send thank you to Master Liang. Thank you. I gave the clay rattle to Kui. She took it carefully, like she was holding a treasure. Quickly, she shook it by her ear, enjoying the sound of the sand inside. Xianghua. Here. Don't get too excited. Here, take this windmill. I gave the windmill to Xianghua. I wasn't sure if this little thing would be too shabby, but I couldn't think of anything else suitable. So I picked this for you. It's okay, I really like it. Just blow on it and the windmill will start spinning. Alright, let me try. Whoosh. Exactly, spinning looks great. Wow. That was entertaining. Xianghua showed me the windmill, really excited. Well, if she's happy with it, that's good. Honestly, I was worried she might not like it given her background, but thankfully kids usually like anything you give them. Where's my gift? After unpacking everything from the package, Man Sui spoke up so suddenly. She poked my arm, frowning slightly, seeming mostly confused but a bit annoyed. Nope, didn't buy you anything. Her face now showed equal parts of confusion and irritation. Since you weren't well behaved, I didn't buy you one. Now she's mostly annoyed. Fine, forget it. She muttered in frustration, then turned away from me. You fell for it? She seemed mad. I had my fun. Time to drop the act. Okay, no more teasing. Actually, I got you a gift too, but I didn't give it to you because we still have some traveling ahead. Oh, I see. Then why did you lie to me just now? Because you tricked me before. So I wanted to get back at you and see how you react. Haha, you're not acting like your age at all. How childish of you. Maybe so, but I had to get even with you, or I wouldn't feel right. Mansui laughed and teased me, and I didn't respond kindly. What's the gift? When do I get to see it? I'll open it up for you later on the carriage ride. Kite. After giving the gift to the lambs, I called out Kite. What's up, leaving already? Kite lifted the curtain from the back kitchen and strolled over. Yeah, gifts are done. Get to pack up with the last, leaving soon. In a rush? No time for a break? Got no choice. Delay too long, employers might catch on. Taking this last to Loyang first, then escaping south. Still heading to Loyang? Yeah, sure thing. Mansui chimed in eagerly. It wasn't until then that I remember. Stayed up too late last night and I had to rise early. I still hadn't talked to the lass about what she planned to do in Loyang. I wanted to persuade her to give up on revenge, to let go of that swine demon, but I never got around to it. Oh well, we'll be passing through Loyang anyway on our way south. I can talk to her on the road, no rush. Okay, I've sent old Boo to the station this morning to let them know. Just mention my name when you get to catch the carriage. Huh, Liang, why does it seem like you're always in a rush every time you met me? I chuckled teasingly. I had to admit she had a point. Every time I met her, it did feel like I was either escaping or on the run. Master, as I spaced out, I heard Kui's voice. Are you leaving? We had the quiet rally I gave her, looking at me with puzzled expression. Yeah, I'm leaving with Susui soon. Upon hearing that we're leaving soon, the three girls seemed a bit panicked. Please don't leave. We rushed over, clutching onto my lap tightly. Tears streamed down her face. Hey, stop that. You cried last night and now you're crying today. I told you, didn't I? I've got to go. From now on, you and Honger will live with Sis Kite. If you've got to work hard. Sis Kite will take care of your food and shelter. Shelter. But you need to learn some skills too. As for Xianghua, she'll stay with Kite for now. Kite will help her get in touch with her family until someone comes to pick her up. But I don't want you to leave. Master Liang, or for Sisui to leave. Stop it. No, no. Queer still held onto my leg, crying and fussing. Tears and snot smeared my leg. Queer, stop. Honger shouted at Queer. Queer lifted her head, her tear-streaked face from my leg, looking at her sister with watery eyes. We agreed last night. I even told you when we got back. Master Liang and Sisui are leaving. Sisui slept with you last night, and Master Liang gave you a gift. We've done everything we could. Said our goodbyes properly. What more are you upset about? Hong scolded Kui. However, her eyes had also reddened. Perhaps kids are just weird that way. Even though we talked about leaving last night and she seemed okay with it, she acting up again today. The younger they are, the harder goodbyes seem to be for them. Alright, listen up. Master Liang got stuff to do, only going to be gone for a while, but take my word, he's the type to circle back. Seen him do it 3 times now, pops out when you least expect it. For now, you learn from me, help out, and I'll treat you right. I promise I'll treat you twice as nice as Master Liang does. Kite reached out and gave Kui head a gentle pat. Kui let go of my hand and stared at Kite blankly. So, will Master Liang and Sisui really come back? They will. Sorry. Kite assured Kui. Yeah, I will. Mansui promised Kui. Her eyes looked very sincere, not like she was lying. But I know this last could easily pretend to be sincere to trick people. Anyway, after that, Queer stopped causing trouble. Before Mansuyan and I left, she hugged the lambs one after another, whispering into each of their ears. I didn't catch what was said. Then we said goodbye to the lambs, crossed the inn's threshold, and we were about to leave. Master Liang, before leaving the inn, I heard Xianghua call out to me. Yeah? I turned back. I waited for her to speak, but tears welled up in her eyes, and she didn't say anything else. As I was about to leave, it hit me that Xianghua might have been settled from Honger and Queer. I'll be going 1,000 miles south, and once her parents came for her, they would head north 1,000 miles too. This means that even if I return someday while Honger and Queer might still be around, Xianghua probably wouldn't. It's a farewell, a final goodbye. People always experience their last moment with others unexpectedly. 5 times of peace, even times of peace, but especially in times of chaos. It's just the way it goes. And that's the case with her and me. Bye. I mumbled, my voice a bit distant. Then, turning away, I I walked forward alongside Mansui. Whoosh! A breeze swept by, tousling my hair and ruffling my clothes. I pulled down my bamboo hat to keep my hair in check. I could hear a little windwheel spinning behind me. It was accompanied by the tambourine's beat and the soft rustle of the clay rattle. Their cries, though muted, were unmistakable. Amidst the music, I could hear the faint sobs of the girls. All the sounds melded together. Adjusting my bamboo hat, I marched forward. The noises faded into the distance until they vanished. Goodbye. Even though it might be our last, we still said goodbye. Leaving them at the inn like this, Master Leon? We walked along the dirt road. Mansui suddenly turned to ask me. Yep, I've sorted things out with Kite. She'll look after them fine. Hong and Krill will be with her from now on. And as for Xianghua, Kite will help her get back to her family. Wow, you really trust this Kite, huh? You too close or something? Don't talk nonsense. She got married 2 years ago. That's nothing to do with me. I trust her because we have some old debts between us. I once saved her life and she helped me sell stolen goods and evade pursuit by the authorities. Oh, Mansui nodded. She probably figured out Kite's background. What about you? Do you distrust Kite? No, I trust her. I had a sister who was kind to me before, and this Kite reminds me of her. Huh? She had a sister before? Was she her real sister? I detected something suspicious in her word, but I didn't plan to delve into such minor matters. Why didn't you leave me at the inn, Master? We had been walking towards the station for a while when she suddenly asked me, Kite can take care of too many lives. Besides, didn't you mention wanting to seek revenge in Luoyang before? I replied, lowering my voice. She seemed a bit lost when I asked, as if needing a moment to gather her thoughts. Eventually, in a raspy voice, she responded, Yes, still going to Luoyang, need to get my revenge. You could tell me to the swine demon. Yinsan has connection in Luoyang. Tell them we got attacked by big tigers on the road, and they ate everyone but me. I'll help you lie about it. They might not blame you then. Might even give you some extra money. She calmly outlined her plan to sell herself to the swine demon. She talked about it as if it wasn't her own fate she was deciding. I thought about what she said. It made sense. It didn't cost much for Yinsan to get a lamb, but the swine demon would pay a lot more. If I give them a lamb, Yinsan gets his money back. And if the swine demon really needs a lamb, they'll take it, even just one. If I give Mansui to them and blame the missing stuff on tigers, I can still finish up the deal like usual. Then, profit aside, I won't be blamed as much for messing up. Looking at it like that, it's not a bad plan. Not good. I thought about it some more, and there's a fatal flaw in this plan. What if Mansui's revenge ends up dragging me into it? What if I send her over there and she goes through with the assassination? Whether she succeeds or not, she's committing a heinous crime. Once she commits a crime, it's on me too, and I'll be implicated in her action. Plus, didn't I already make up my mind? I won't send any lamb to the swine demon after all, especially considering what they'll be facing. It's just too despicable. Even for this last who tried to kill me and lied to me before, I can't bring myself to do it. I still say no to your revenge plan. I'll take you to Luoyang because I know lots of people there, and it's easier to sneak south from there. Once we're in Luoyang, I won't contact anyone linked to Yinsan to sell you off. I'll think of another plan for you. I told Mansui seriously. Okay, let's go to Luoyang first. Maybe I'll just forget about revenge and have some fun there. Not gonna happen. I wasn't sure if he truly meant it or was just trying to ease this tension. How could she treat something so serious so lightly? After a half-mile's walk, we arrived at the station Kite mentioned. These stations were usually for official use only, so common people like us couldn't use their transportation. But lately, with the new government rules, many of the stations has been downsized, and things were a bit chaotic. The station staffs couldn't make ends meet with these government funds, so they started taking up private jobs on the side. Kai pulled some strings and paid a bit, so we could hitch a ride on one of the delivery wagons heading towards Loyang. You are the ones the innkeeper mentioned? Yeah, just you two? Where to? Just us two, heading to Loyang. Hop on that wagon over there. When you're in, don't mess with anything inside. These are all bags of salt for the palace of the Lord. I'll check them again before you get off. Got it, we'll behave and stay out of trouble. I told the wagon driver. Then climb onto the wagon with Mansui. I hop on first, then reach out and help her up onto the wagon. The wagon packed with salt. Oh fuck. The wagon was packed with salt sacks, likely from the nearby salt pits by Haisho. Mansui and I nestled among the sacks. She took one end and I settled at the others, facing each other. Space inside the wagon was tight, but it seemed like she had a bit more room to sit than I did. Hey, let's switch spots. Okay. I motioned to Mansui and she nodded, swapping spots with me. We're stuck in this wagon for 2 days, so I'm not gonna be polite with her. Besides, she's smaller and better suited for the slightly narrower spot. Phew, this wagon's dark as heck. Feels like a jail ride, but hey, it's just a cargo hauler. Got one tiny window for air. Got to endure this 2-day trip to Loyang. These recent days have really been rough. Might as well catch some sleep. Master, as I sigh and look at the tiny window, Mansui called my name. What's the matter? I raised an eyebrow, looking at her. That lord the driver mentioned earlier, is he the swine demon? She whispered to me quietly, yeah, if it's the Lord in Loyal, then he's indeed the swine demon you're after. You knew the swine demon was the Lord at law? Yeah, I've known for a while. I'm baffled. How did this last find out? Was it from Yinshan all along, or did she eavesdrop on my talk with Tong? I just can't seem to puzzle it out. What if we poison in the salt bag? Can we kill the swine demon? Just as I was wondering how she knew the swine demon was the Lord, she spoke up again. Nope, can't do that. There are too many palace servants. Poisoning the salt might harm innocent people. Plus, if the swine demon survives, they'll trace it back to the driver and us, putting Kite and other lambs at risk too. Makes sense. Mansui nodded, seemingly abandoning the idea of poisoning the salt bags. Can we just hide in the wagon and then attack the swine demon when we arrive? Nope. I'm not sure if this wagon is headed straight to their palace, but even if it is, we can't just go ahead with this plan. What if we charge out and the swine demon end there? We'd be in a fix. If we step out with the blades, their guards will catch us in no time. And remember, killing the swine demon is your thing, not mine. Is that so? Don't you want to be a hero, take down the swine demon, leave a mark in history? I've long abandoned the hero's path. I'm not willing to risk my life for a dream I've forsaken. I doused Mansui's enthusiasm, and she's still too naive. Even if I were to slay the swine demon, how could I make history? The chronicles are filled with his royal kin, and they're the ones who write the history book. Killing him would merely make me another outlaw in the annals. Me and Mansui sat in the wagon. After about a stick of incense time, the wagon finally started moving. Luckily, the wagon was pretty good at muffling sound, so our earlier talk probably went unheard by the driver. Then suddenly, she shouted, "Moving, hold on!" And he gave the reins a tug, setting the 4 horses pulling the wagon into motion. The clattering hooves and creaking wheels etched long trails in the dirt path. The wagon sped along, jolting us inside like a bouncing bunnies. Our backsides taking a pounding. 2 days of this, and only the cushion. Guess I'm more of a walker than a wagon rider. If it weren't for the time constraints, I'd rather hoof it. Definitely walking next time. Master, ever been to Loyang? Just as I was mulling over the rough ride ahead, Mansui piped up. Fair enough. Guess I could chat with her, kill some time. Went to Loyang twice before. Just stopping by on business. How's Loyang different from other cities? Wider streets, bigger house, richer people? Oh, but not everyone's rich. Rich get richer, poor get poorer. I explained to Mansui, sharing my impression of Loyang. Besides that, lots of old buildings around. They say there are many ancient houses from the Tang and Song dynasties still standing in the city. And you, what do you think of Loyang? After sharing my thoughts, I asked Mansui. She mentioned she's from around Loyang, so she probably has some impression of the city too. My memory's a bit foggy. Though my family live near Loyang, it's quite a trek. I've only been to Loyang once. I was really young then. My dad took me to Loyang. I remember a river in the city, with a lake at the end. I think I got lost back then. Walked along the river, crying till I reached the lake. That's where I found my dad. River in Loyang? Oh, you mean the Chan River, right? But the Chan River connects to the Lo River, runs through the whole city. There can't be a lake, right? Guess I must have remembered wrong. Too bad. What's wrong? It's a shame that Kui and others won't get to see Loyang. I wanted to show them around. Now, as we go, it's just you and me. This last had quite an imagination. 1 minute we were talking about Loyang, and the next she was lost in her own world, head slightly bowed. Let me ask you something. Right before we left, what did you tell him? I frowned and asked her. Didn't say much, just told them I'll come see them again. Said the same thing to everyone? Yeah, pretty much. Couldn't bring gifts, so I had to say bye somehow. Oh, by the way, did you forget my gifts? Mansui suddenly got excited. She looked at me with hopeful eyes. Oh, I remember now. This morning when I entered Haizhou, I got her a gift too. I haven't given it to her. Alright, I'll show you the gift now. I agreed and began reaching into the package behind me. After a few gropes, I easily found it. The gifts were wrapped in a small package. I took it out and unwrapped it to show Mansui. It was a pair of shoes. Are those shoes? Mansui looked at the pair of shoes in the package, a bit surprised. Inside the package was a pair of shoes. The shoes were light blue, with pointed tips and bright silver peonies stitched on both sides, looking delicate and small like two little birds with folded wings. Mansui glanced at the shoes, then at me. Why'd you buy me shoes? After all the walking, I noticed your shoes were almost falling apart, with your toes poking out. Worry about you having trouble walking later, so I got you a new pair of shoes. You don't like them? Fuck. I do. Mansui lifted her gaze to meet mine, giving a slight smile. Her smile widened, showing her teeth, revealing two shallow dimples. I was kind of surprised. Never seen her like this before. When she smiled before, it seems oddly mature. Usually, her smiles felt kind of grown up. But now, she's just like any other girl her age, smiling brightly. This fabric feels really nice, so soft to touch. Mansui held the shoes, not wanting to let go. Hehe, they're expensive as hell. Cost me 400 coins they did, I replied. Can you help me try them on? She suddenly asked me softly. What? I didn't quite get what she meant right away. Just help me take off my shoes and put on the new ones. Her face turned a bit red as she asked me. You got hands and feet, so what do you need me to do it? I asked her in a low voice. This last. She wants me to change her shoe. Can you believe it? Normally, it's servants who change shoes for their masters. She's just land I'm selling. If I were a human trafficker, she'd be my servant. How could she even ask me to change her shoe? I remember when I was little, my dad gave me a pair of shoes too, and she helped me put them on. She looked down, her eyes shaded by her bangs, like she was remembering something. I paused. Just when I thought she was pushing it, she explained why she wanted to help her change her shoe. I see. She mentioned it a few days ago. Her sister and parents are all gone, and she doesn't have any family left in this world. Without family, not many people would bother to give her gifts or taking care of her like this. She just wanted to feel cared for again. That's why she asked me to help her change her shoes when I gave them to her. This last, having her family taken away at such a young age, even earlier than me, without any family left, it's pretty sad. Alright, just this once. Don't expect me to help you next time. I sighed helplessly as I spoke to her. At the same time, I made up my mind to set aside my pride, pick up the shoes, and squat in front of her. We were inside the wagon's cargo space, surrounded by bags of salt. The wagon jolted along, her on one side, me on the other. Neither of us spoke. Though it's just a simple shoe swap, the process felt incredibly long. Mansui adjusted her position first. She leaned her upper body back, arms straight against the wood planks of the cargo hold, bracing herself. Unlike her little upper body, her lower half leaned forward. She crossed her legs, but slowly extended her foot, cautiously getting closer to me. The scene resembled a child by the leg, tentatively testing the water's depth. I'm going to change them now, I said softly, breaking the awkward silence. Then I dropped to my left knee, kneeling in front of her. Reaching up, I grasped her left foot with both hands, intending to remove the shoe from the foot first. Her current shoe was indeed very dirty, torn and old, with many places worn through the original fabric. I gently held the ends of the worn-out shoe with my hands and quickly took it off. Her left foot was exposed in an instant. Her foot, like the rest of her body, was slim and somewhat frail. I could see the bones in her sole and the grooves of her ankles, every line showing her thinness. The only plump part was her 5 front toes, but overall, her feet looked pretty. Her feet weren't ripe. I heard fancy families like to tie up their ladies' feet to make them smaller and prettier. I don't get it though, tying feet like that just makes them look weird, not cute. But but her feet growing naturally look pretty nice. Maestro Liang, what? Why are you staring at my feet for so long? It makes me feel embarrassed. I just noticed you're really skinny, so I look a bit longer. I thought you were thick-skinned, wouldn't feel embarrassed. Of course I would. Men and women are different. She went all shy and red. Men and women are different. Funny hearing that from this cheeky little brat. But isn't it odd? Back at the bathhouse, I saw everything. She didn't seem bothered then. Wait, so she's actually a girl then? Not like his brother or something. Not like the brother or something. Now, just because I glanced at her feet, she talked about men and women being different. Despite my thoughts, I kept them to myself. I didn't want to make her feel uncomfortable. I proceeded with my task, removing her right shoe and slipping on the new ones with silver peony embroidery. The shoe slowly enveloped her feet, fitting snugly. I gently nudged the toe and adjusted the heels to ensure perfect fit. Good fit? Yep, feels just right. Try standing and moving around. Okay. Mansui nodded and stood up in the shoes I gave her. The wagon's cargo area was just high enough for her to stand. She tried out the feel of walking inside the wagon, stepping lightly on the wooden floorboards. Wow, they fit perfectly, and they're so comfy. After trying them out, she said to me, "That's good to hear. I was worried they might be too small." "They're just right. I really like this gift from you," she said with a smile, and I felt relief. Phew, finally done swapping her shoes. Funny thing is, even though she likes the new shoes I got her, she won't let go of her old ones. She packed those old shoes away in her bag. Is she just being tight-fisted, thinking she can sell those old shoes, or were they a gift from her dad? After putting on the new shoes for Mansui, we stayed quiet for a while. She just sat there, lost in her own thoughts. I didn't bother trying to figure out what was on her mind. Gulp. I took a sip from my water jug and leaned against the tiny window of the cargo hold, watching the scenery outside. The wagon moved forward, leaving the landscape behind in a blur. With each bump of the wagon, the scenery outside fluctuated up and down. Watching the rapidly changing landscape, I began to feel drowsy. In 2 days, we'll get to Loyang City. What's our move? I reckon I'm not keen on taking her to the Swine Demon place no more. But what's next for us? Where are we heading? With a lot on my mind, the sleepiness crept in. My upper and lower eyelids started to tussle, going on for about a dozen rounds. Then I tipped my head back, then forward, and finally shut my eyes. Vaguely, I heard Mansui's voice. Dream or not, it felt like she asked me, "Leon, you regret taking out all those people?" She asked, no emotion, her voice airy, indifferent. And half asleep, I gave my answer. Um, hmm. Huh. Do I regret killing all those people? Okay. I'm not sure. I mean, if you're reaching your redemption, um, I mean, I'm close with those girls, but I mean, the other people, not really. So, I'll try, I guess. Hungry, so hungry. I hadn't eaten for 3 days straight. 3 straight days. Not even a bowl of thin porridge. I lay on a bed and slept with my body curled up. My stomach kept bothering me last night, and I felt nauseous in my throat. I wanted to throw up, but I could only retch. A few, a few more hours passed, and I felt even worse. I felt groggy, like I had a layer of oil over my brain, and my entire body felt sluggish. Something really strange was happening to my body. My chest felt like it was burning, but my limbs were cold. Rolling up my sleeves, I touched my bare arms, and it felt as if there was an invisible garment draped over them. I used my nails to scratch at the clothing on my arms, but nothing came off, only leaving behind white marks. I felt like a snake, a quiet snake on the verge of death. I couldn't shed my skin, and I had to endure the torment of alternating hot and cold sensation. I was probably going to die soon. We'll have some thin porridge today, otherwise we'll die of hunger. How many more times can we have it? 3 times. Then what are we going to eat after that? We also have a forest right outside our house, and there's some grass growing on the slope. We can eat tree bark and wild grass. Mom, we can't eat tree bark. Grandma told me before that tree bark is really hard. We won't be able to pop it out and we'll have to dig out with our fingers. I don't want to dig it out. You don't have to. You have to process the tree bark first before eating it. I cooked the tree bark thoroughly. I mashed it up before feeding it to you and Kaya. Cooked tree bark is sweet. It's actually quite tasty. Suddenly, I listened to Mom talk. I wasn't sure where Mom learned all of this. Could it be that she also had to go through some hard time when she was little? Since Mom could survive back then, I can too. After talking to me, Mom started to make porridge for us. The rice container was pretty much empty, and there wasn't much water left in the water tank. Mom scooped, Mom scooped a bowl of water and put it in the pot, then grabbed my handful of rice and sprinkled it evenly. I crouched by the pot, watching the rice slowly sink to the bottom, resembling pieces of meat. I wanted to eat it so bad. However, it's definitely still going to be a while till I can have some. Mom still had to cook it for a little while. Plus, even after it's ready, she would always let my brother eat first. Lately, my brother has been talking much. Half a month after Dad left, my brother got sick again. He had a really bad fever, even worse than before. Mom was very worried and kept feeding my brother porridge. She even peeled off the last of the cabbage and added it to the porridge for him. After having porridge for a few days, my brother's fever finally subsided. But after that, he became mute and couldn't talk anymore. Mom, do you have any idea why Dad still isn't back yet after such a long time? What else could it be? Either he ran away or he's dead, I asked Mom. So she casually answered me as she threw firewood into the stove. I didn't believe that Dad ran away. There's no way that Dad would have left us behind, he promised. He either got lost or couldn't find his way home, or something happened to him. Mom, I went into the village 2 days ago and saw that everyone else in the village was gone. I talked to Mom again when she was making porridge. Swear, you went out again? Didn't I tell you not to run around? Aren't you afraid of being caught and eaten? Mom, everyone else fled. No one's in the village, and so no one's going to eat me. Mom, if Dad doesn't come back, are we going to keep waiting at home? Just wait. We've waited for him for so long already. A few more days isn't going to hurt. We're not going to run away? No, Mom replied me in a low voice. Actually, I sort of guessed why Mom didn't want to go out. My brother was sick and couldn't walk on his own. Fleeing with our little brother wasn't easy, nor could we leave him behind. Besides, Dad had mentioned the presence of tigers, bandits, and even evil spirits in the distant mountains. If Dad had been here to protect us, we would have dared to venture out. But with Dad gone, Mom wouldn't dare to flee with us alone. The porridge was ready. Mom fed my younger brothers the porridge. My brother didn't make any noise. He ate the porridge with his eyes closed. If his mouth weren't opening and closing, I would have thought something was wrong with him. After my brother finished the bowl of porridge, Mom started to pack things up as she was going to head out. Mom, are you heading out? Yeah, I'm going to get some tree bark while I still have strength. While I still have the strength since I just had some porridge. Mom said calmly. She grabbed a knife, put on a straw hat, and was about to head out. I want to go with you. Why? Stay home and watch your brother. No, I'm afraid that you won't come back like that. Mom, let me go with you. Fine. We'll head out together then. I'll carry your brother and you can give me a hand. Mom hesitated for a short while but still agreed to my request. Mom handed me the knife used to cut tree bark. She then put my brother in a bundle and strapped the bundle to her back. My brother still slept with his eyes closed, not moving a muscle. Mom carried my little brother on her back, stooping slightly. with one hand tightly gripping the rope that connects her to my brother, and the other one hand holding mine. The three of us headed out together. Mom and I looked around for a while and found a grove of trees near our home. Surprisingly, these woods different from what I had seen 2 days ago. The trees in the woods had no bark left. Every tree, wherever people could reach, was bare. They looked like people who had been stripped of their clothes halfway, with their upper bodies still clothed but their lower bodies completely bare. How did this happen? I stared blankly at the woods in front of me, unable to believe what I'm seeing. So yeah, didn't you say everyone else fled? I don't know, perhaps someone didn't. Mom, they didn't flee. They beat us to it and scraped off all the tree bark. I started to panic. Sui, grab your brother, head home first. As Mom spoke, she untied the rope holding my brother. She then handed me the bundle containing my brother. He's a little heavy. I can walk if I have to carry him. I took my brother from Mom, but nearly stumbled when I had him in my arms. I was very weak, and holding my brother was already quite a challenge for me. Walking back would be far too difficult. Then carry him on your back. Turn around, and I'll tie him to your back. You can't walk back like that. As Mom spoke, she moved behind me and tied my brothers to my back. Instantly, my back felt heavy, stooped just like Mom had been moments before. So heavy. Carrying my brother was a lot harder than I had seen when Mom was doing it. I felt like my brother was too heavy, almost too much for me to carry. Mom, why don't you head back with us? I asked Mom as I struggled to carry my brother. I'll go look for some wild grass again. The roots of wild grass are sweet and edible. The porridge is almost gone. We must prepare some food just in case, to avoid starving. But what if you... Mom paused briefly. She knew what I was trying to say. She knew I was worried that she wouldn't come back just like that. Sweet, if I don't come back today, just finish the remaining porridge and head south. Afterwards, when you're with your brother and you see other people, call the other people grandpa or grandma and the younger ones uncle or aunt. Whenever you meet someone, keep kowtowing and ask for their help. Try to get some food and survive with your brother. Mom advised slowly and I nodded. Once you get home, make sure to close the door and latch it securely. Don't open it for anyone unless it's me. Mom continued to give me instructions. I understood what she meant and also why Mom wanted us to go back first. The woods around us seem to have had visitors these past 2 days. Whoever just finished eating the tree bark might be lurking nearby. They were really dangerous. Mom needed to be cautious, and so did I. I carried my brother on my back step by step. I headed towards home. My brother was really heavy, especially for me. I felt dizzy with each step I took. I was almost out of strength. As I walked my brother on my back, for some reason, I suddenly remembered a story Grandma used to tell. The story was called Kwafu Chasing the Sun. Many years ago, there was a giant called Kwafu. Many of his people had died from the scorching sun, so Kwafu wanted to go after the sun, catch it, and then make it obey commands. His people tried to dissuade him. Some said he would be roasted to death by the sun, while others said he would exhausted to death, urging him not to go. But Kwafu didn't listen. He still went after the sun. In the end, he ran and drank up the rivers along the way, but still couldn't catch up with the sun. Later, he died of thirst on the road. I'm not sure why I recalled this story all of a sudden. I just felt that was like Kwafu if he didn't come back, and if Mom didn't come back, she would be like Kwafu as well. And if I died of exhaustion on the way back home with my brother on my back, I would fall like Kwafu did too. We're almost home, bro. Can you walk by yourself for this last stretch? I could already see our home from afar, but I was almost out of strength. Days of hunger had left me dizzy. I could see little stars blinking every time I opened or closed my eyes. I crouched on the ground, slowly undoing the rope and letting my brother down from my back. I placed him in front of me. My brother was still asleep and not moving at all. I'm so tired, I really can't carry you anymore. I heaved out a long sigh. Sis, I heard my brother speaking, but I felt strange. I heard his voice, but somehow I felt like I didn't. Huh? How come you're talking? Feeling confused, I asked my brother. I'm so hungry, sis. My brother whispered to me, his voice ringing in my head. Hungry? Don't worry. Mom will be back with some wild grass roots soon. Wild grass roots are sweet. They're really tasty. You won't be hungry anymore if you eat some. Sis, I'm so cold. My brother spoke again. He said this exact sentence a month or so ago when Dad hadn't helped and I hadn't left yet. I felt even more uneasy. My heart was racing. The sentence sounded so much like one from a month ago. Everything about it, from the tone of voice to the way it was said, was exactly the same. I reached over and put my hand over my brother's forehead. His forehead wasn't hot, it was cold. Little bro, I froze and started panicking a bit. I thought I made a mistake. I reached over and touched him again. He was cold. He was still cold. Little bro. With a trembling voice, I called out to him while I reached over to gently touch his hand, legs and chest. Cold. They were all cold. Little bro. I cried out in shock and used my fingers to pry open his slightly shut eyes. His pupils had already dilated. They were dark, without any sparkle. My head hurt a lot. The sudden chill made my entire body tremble. It occurred to me that starting from yesterday, I hadn't seen my brother move at all. When Mom fed him porridge, he didn't actually open his mouth when the spoon approached. Instead, Mom used the wooden spoon to pry his mouth open and forcefully shove it in. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh. God damn. Mom managed to feed him a lot of porridge, most of which ended up in his stomach, but some dribbled down from the corners of his mouth, and he still didn't react at all. Hungry. We were too hungry. Mom and I were too hungry, and we were already hallucinating. No wonder. My brother was already long dead. He died long before we knew it. Mom returned home at night. She found very few wild grass roots because most of the wild grass had already been pulled by others and eaten. She looked lost, clutching a tattered cloth bundle, and found me sobbing while holding my brother. I cried as I told her about my brother's death. Upon hearing this, she trembled, staring blankly ahead. The ragged cloth bundle contained two wild grass slippers from her fingers and fell to the ground with a soft thud. After that, Mom didn't say anything at all. She simply walked to the side of the bed and lifted my brother up, whose body was cold. She rocked him back and forth, softly singing a song I couldn't understand. I had a dream. In my dream, I saw Grandma and my little brother. They were still standing in the clouds while looking at me from afar without saying a word. Suddenly, my brother extended his arm while holding a fist, getting me to check out the thing in his palm with a smile on his face. I walked over step by step to check it out. My brother's fingers slowly opened, revealing the treasure he had been hiding in his palm. In his hand was a piece of meat, a cooked, delicious smelling piece of meat. In the middle of the night, I was woken up by this delicious smell of meat. So I wasn't dreaming at all, it really did smell like meat. The smell drifted over the nearby, right into my nostrils. My stomach lurched, then growled. I was almost out of strength. My body felt as light as a kite. But then I smelled that smell. My entire body seemed to be filled with something. And it suddenly felt heavier. Smells so good. Meat smells so good. I licked my upper lip and immediately sat up straight. I then opened my eyes and looked toward the source of the smell of meat. It turned out my mom was cooking meat. Mom had a pot set out while she squatted down next to it. She was humming a song while cooking meat. The flame was gently flickering in the darkness of night. She threw my brother's leather cloth into the fire, fanning the flames with a palm leaf fan. The soup in the pot boiled, and the smell of meat wafted through the air. Mom? I walked toward Mom, feeling confused. I didn't know where she get the meat from. Kaya? She tilted her head, looked at me with a blank stare, called out my brother's name. "Uh, Kaya, you're here. I got a piglet just now and I'm cooking it for you. Ah, it's almost ready. Mom, I'm sweet. Sweet? Hurry up and find Kai and get him to try my meat soup. Speaking of which, I had redeemed just now and Grandma was in it. She tried to convince me to get back to my parents' home, and I told her I couldn't because I promised your dad I would take good care of you. Your grandma knew I stayed, so she stopped trying to convince me. She brought me to see the Lord of the Land and made me call Thor to it a bunch of times. The Lord of the Land was really kind. He gave me a piglet. It was chubby and white and looked like we could eat it for ages. Sweet, and guess what? I originally thought that little piglet was only in my dream, but it turned out I could actually bring it into the real world when I woke up. So I put all the remaining water in the pot and started to cook that piglet for you to eat. Ah, Kai will have a piece of pork leg first, then Sui can have some. You guys can eat first, I'll dig it last. Yeah, that's the brother. Mom spoke to me non-stop as she stood there, seemingly rooted to the spot. I slowly walked to the pot and looked at the soup with its meat emanating a savory scent. Then the faint mist dissipated, slowly revealing the shape of the boiling meat. When I noticed the shape of the meat, my eyes immediately widened. A cold despair surged up from my spine and swallowed me in an instant. I was going to scream at first, but it was as if something was strangling me and I couldn't make a sound. Mom had gone mad. Actually, I wanted to go mad like her and look at this meat soup as if it were cooked with piglet, but I couldn't. The meat in the pot had a sour smell, similar to the smell of the kitten cooked months ago. It smelled like nothing like pork. It smelled nothing like pork at all. As as it bubbled up and down in the boiling pot, I could make out of its shape little by little. Despite being swollen and distorted from cooking, I could still recognize him. Mom, you're not cooking a piglet. You're cooking my brother. I screamed in horror, my voice instantly filling the cold room. When Mom heard what I said, her body trembled violently at first, and then her smile froze. She slowly stretched out her hand and reached into the boiling pot. She grabbed my brother's hand in the pot and quickly pulled back her hand before falling backwards to the ground. She didn't move at all, like a clay sculpture. I crouched down and stared blankly at Mom. I didn't cry this time. We didn't talk. After a long while, I suddenly heard Mom's heart-wrenching scream. Sui, speak up. How did you kill your brother? Kai was totally fine. How come he went home with you and ended up dead? You killed your brother. You killed your brother. Mom pressed me onto the ground and started choking me as if she wanted me dead. Oh, I didn't kill him. She was dead already when he was eating porridge. You're lying. You're the one who choked your brother to death. You're lying. Sui, how did I raise a daughter like you? You brought an end to our family name. What am I going to tell your dad? What am I going to tell your grandma? Tell me. Go ahead and tell me. Hang on. Ah, Mom kept on crying while choking me. She was choking me so hard I could hardly breathe. Mom, really, I didn't kill my brother. Please don't kill me. I can dig up grass, roots, and bugs for you. You just need to lay on the bed at home. I'll go find stuff to eat. Mom, I'll be a good daughter. I won't let you starve to death. I'm begging you, don't kill me. I cry and beg my brother while I thrash my body about. When she saw me crying and begging her, she instantly started panicking. Confusion, pain, guilt, fear, sadness. I saw a range of emotion flash through my mother's eye. When the emotions faded, Mom seemed to be sane again. The sad emotion in her eyes made me feel like she was finally back to her old self. She let go of me and stood there like a puppet. She then took two steps back and sat back down on the ground again. After she sat on the ground, she curled her body up. She wrapped her arms around her knees like a little girl, buried her head in them, and then stopped moving. She seemed to be crying and laughing at the same time. She wasn't paying attention to me for now. Seeing my mother like this and realizing that she didn't seem to want to kill me anymore, I staggered to my feet. I didn't have time to wipe my tears before I hurriedly ran out of the house. I headed out trying to find something to eat for Mom. She wasn't going to kill me for now, but there was no telling when she tried to choke me to death again. Mom had gone mad, she really had. My brother was dead, and that made her go mad. After she went mad, she even blamed everything on me and wanted to kill me. Her love for me wasn't even half what she had for my brother. No, probably not even 1/10 of it. If I died, she definitely would have cooked me instantly and had my brother eat my flesh. Bad mom, bad mom. With this thought, I felt a grief and beer in my heart. As I walked, I absent-mindedly kicked the dirt along the roadside. I mentally cursed my mom as I cried. The tears didn't fall, but I knew I was crying. I was the one who was born first. I was the one who knew Mom longer. Why did she treat me like that? Dad would be so biased toward my brother, even though my brother could carry on the family name and take the imperial examinations. He wouldn't treat me like distressed goods. He wouldn't want to kill me for my brother, as if as if I wasn't even my mom's kid, as if she didn't carry me in her womb for 10 months and give birth to me. It was more like she adopted me from somewhere. I hate Mom. I hate how she's unfair to me. I hate how she loved my brother more. She didn't love me at all. I felt a grief and cried, but tears wouldn't come. I was a bit dizzy from hunger, but I didn't stop walking. Where could I find wild grass? Where could I find it? I walked around in panic, searching for wild grass near our house. After half an hour, I still hadn't found any. No, I couldn't go home empty-handed. If I couldn't find any wild grass and Mom got mad, she might kill me. She might choke me to death and then cook me and eat my flesh. The thought of that terrified me, so I searched desperately, not daring to rest for a moment. Early the next morning, the sun rose from the other side of the mountain. I finally found some wild grass. I dragged my exhausted body back home with a bundle of grass. I was still scared before I pushed the door open. I was scared that Mom would go mad again and charge toward me to try to choke me to death. But when I pushed the door open and saw the scene inside, I stood dumbfounded at the doorway. Ah, hey! Crick. The sound of a rope swaying, gurgle, the sound of water boiling. Mom was hanging in midair. Her shadow was very long, enveloping me in darkness and completely blocking out the morning light. With her head lowered and her disheveled, Her face remained hidden. Her hands and feet hung naturally, while the soles of her feet showed signs of bruising and a wooden chair leg kicked aside nearby. Creaked. She was hung on the rope and she was hung on a rope that was swaying ever so slightly. The morning sunlight streamed through the window panes, illuminating. Mom looked like a dead moth caught in spiderwebs. When a moth dies that way, its wings would still be spread, making it appear suspended in the air. Mom. I caught up to Mom softly, kneeling before her right in the shadow. Just a moments ago, I was scared of Mom. I feared she would still be insane and kill me. But now, I wish she would speak to me again. Creak. The sound of a rope swaying. Gurgle. The sound of water boiling. I'm all alone now. Realizing this, I numbly crouched down, then crawled forward in agony for a few more steps. I didn't know what to do. I just want to hide. I curled myself up. I curled myself up and hid under Mom's shadow. Her shadow swayed back and forth while the darkness enveloped me. Mom was hanging in the house while my brother was in the pot. Grandma was buried in the backyard while Dad was nowhere to be found. And where should I go? After 2 days in wagon, we finally reached Loyang on the third day. Loyang, our original destination. Originally, Tong and I were supposed to bring 4 lambs here, but things changed. I killed Tong. 3 lambs were sent away and settled. Now it's me and Mansui. We got off the wagon at a desolate spot a few miles from Loyang and trekked towards the city. After about an hour, I spotted the city in the distance. Loyang's walls were massive, standing over 100 feet tall and giving off a sturdy, imposing vibe. The walls were made of alternating blue bricks, while the gates were striking red. At this moment, the city gates stood open, with people coming and going continuously. I silently rejoiced that Loyang wasn't sealed off like Haizhou, saving the trouble. However, there were some changes around the city, possibly due to the rebellion. Outside the city wall stood a 10-foot-high earthen rampart, seemed newly built, likely for battle. Loyang is still far from the northern invaders, so it seemed this construction is more about dealing with rebellions. Where are you coming from? Guangzhou. All the way here? Gotta pass? Sure, here it is. I handed the guard the pass for my package, and he squinted at it for a moment. Looks like Huazhou. And who's this girl with you? My sister. Alright, you can go in. But you two are siblings? Quite an age gap. The guard eyed us suspiciously but decided to let us in without further ado. Holding Mansui's hand, I guided her through the Legion Gate and into Loyang. The streets in Loyang were wider than any we've been to before. I walked along a big road connecting east and west, with lots of shops on both sides, including tea houses, tavern, hang on. Medicine shops and pawn shops. When we turned right at the corner, we stepped into the livelier market area. There were more people here, and we passed butcher shop, fish stalls, and all sorts of stores lining in the streets. In addition to the shops, there were vendors under umbrellas in the open space, and people were always coming and going. Some were haggling with the vendors, some were resting under the shade, cooling off with their palm fans and some were hauling off carts to make deliveries. There were women buying groceries, a scholar with square hats. Loyang sure is bustling. I remember it being even busier last time, with crowds everywhere, making it hard to walk. But these last few years, with all the disasters and famine, people have less money, so never as lively as before. I commented on Mansui, thinking back on Loyang of the past. Yeah, felt like there used to be more folks around, fewer faces full of troubles. Where are we heading first, Master Liang? Let's find an inn first. Drop off our stuff, then we can explore. Okay, she nodded in agreement. We kept walking ahead, passing through the busy market area until we reached a quieter street. Temples and shrines lined both sides of the road. After walking east for a bit, we arrived at an inn. This inn was different from the ones in Huaishou and Shanzhou. It wasn't the usual spot for shady dealers like us. It was just a regular inn that I wasn't too familiar with. I had heard about this place from Tong before. He mentioned that this inn in Loyang was usually quiet, so if our usual spots were full, we could stay. Oh, hang on. Hey, staying or passing through? As we entered the inn, the waiter greeted us. Staying, 2 rooms, or 1 room, please. Got it, 1 room for the night. That'll be 200 copper coins. The waiter smiled and said to me, pushing over a small wooden tray. I took out 200 coins from my pouch and placed them on the tray, and the waiter quickly handed me a wooden token. Third room upstairs, straight ahead. Wait. Yeah. I took the wooden token from the waiter. Let's go. I gestured for Mansui to follow me upstairs. Wait, I have a question for Mr. Waiter. Mansui stopped me. She approached the waiter counter and popped her head up. Oh, what's on your mind, little miss? The innkeeper looked at Mansui, a smile forming on his face. He seemed amused by being called Mr. Waiter. We're new here. What's there to see in Luoyang? You've come to the right place, young miss. I'm a Luoyang native, so I know all the good spots. If you like flowers, head southwest to the garden. If you prefer rivers, check out the Chan River to the east. If you're into crowds, go near Legion Gate. Plenty of market stalls there. Oh, I almost forgot. You're in luck. There's a special temple fair tonight. Temple fair? Yeah. Heard it's a celebration for the Lord, so they're allowing night market for a few days. This night's market's supposed to be something special. I heard they'll have a theater performance and fireworks. We fell silent. We ignored the waiter's talk of the temple fair and night market, the fireworks and theater performance. Our focus was on the one behind it all. Yeah, the Lord, the one running the fair. He was the swine demon. Master, why would the swine demon hold a temple fair? I guess it's for his birthday celebration. You lot, those lambs were originally meant as offering for his birthday. But you never know. It could also be for some other happy occasion that's got him in the mood to share joy. Those rich and noble ones, they've always been whipping out whatever happy events, who knows? I chuckled lightly, mocking the vast difference between people's lives. Master, you think the swine demon will show up at the temple fair? Nah, he's too full of himself and too cautious, doubt he'll bother. And even if he does, there isn't much you can do. When the swine demon moves, he's always got tough guards around him. I can't handle them, let alone you. Didn't I tell you already? Forget about seeking revenge. You're not dealing with some small-time landlord. It's the powerful swine demon lord. You, trying to go after him, it won't work out, just throwing your life away. I threw in a word to Mansui again. After that, we fell silent. We wandered the streets for a while, aimlessly, just walking around. If you want to go, we'll check out the temple fair tonight. I'm not up for anything else today. You got any places in mind you want to see? After a while, I asked her. We had a couple of hours until sunset and the temple fair's beginning, so we need to find somewhere to kill time. I want to take a stroll by the swine demon's palace. She shook me with a wink, making a suggestion. You're still not giving up in the French, huh? Trying to catch the joint. I frowned, giving her a glare. How stubborn can this lass be? No, actually, I've been thinking about it. I feel like what you said makes sense. I'm weak, don't have much strength. Can really take down the swine demon. Lately, my family also stopped talking to me in my dreams. Guess I can't let go of revenge. It's kinda curious, you know. Want to see where the swine demons stay? Check out my enemy's sticks. Okay, so she's not the brother, and she's alone. But why does she want to take revenge on the swine demon? Or maybe not. I think I think she wants to take revenge on us, to be honest. Yeah, I think she wants to kill us, both Dong and I. She's this she's probably using swine demon as a scapegoat. It's never about him, it's about me. The lass bowed her head, mumbling to me. It looked like she wrestled with herself before speaking up. That's fine. Giving up revenge is fine. I'll take her to see them. Alright, good that you figure out not to seek revenge, but you're quite gutsy. Maybe he found out that we killed his dad or something, I don't know. Wasn't it him who took your sister before? He always liked your type. Aren't you afraid his man might spot you and take you back to his place? Not afraid. With you protecting me, I'm not afraid. Yeah. Yep. Maybe. Mansui looked up, smiling at me. Her words warmed my heart. Okay, I'll take you, but you hold my hand the whole way there. I sighed, planning to show her around outside the swine demon's palace. While in the capital, I glimpsed the imperial palace, the swine demon's mansion, almost a match for it, extending from town front street in the east to cross street in the west, from the courthouse temple in the north to the lotus temple in the south. The walls, half as tall as Luoyang city walls, enclose it like an iron fortress. Its gate, a vermilion entrance, flanked by two stone lions, one lion male, the other female, carved with a white marble, standing tall and fierce. Those lions, crafted so fine, they'll keep their color for ages. His palace stretches grand. Mansui held my hand, gazing at the stone lions by the entrance. Yeah, it's almost as impressive as the imperial palace in the capital. How much grain do you think he has? I'm sure. But I've heard he owns half the fields in the central plains, with his people also collecting grains from nearby Shan and Jin. I replied casually. Let's finish up and move on. We can check out other places later. I called Mansui and took her hand, walking away. This place felt heavy. Just standing at the gate, I could imagine the fun he had inside those tall walls, and the kids he slaughtered. I didn't want to stick around. As dusk approached, Mansui and I wandered aimlessly around. We visited some temples and the drum tower. As we explored more of Loyang, the street grew emptier and our destinations more remote. Our conversations faded as we walked, but the street started bustling again. People were heading west and we followed the crowds. The sun set behind city walls, and we transitioned from daylight to dusk and finally into the night. The market to the west lit up with lanterns. Vendors set up their stall. Actors put up their stages. We walked around a bit more. Vendors hawked their goods. Actors perform on stage. Down below, merchants sold fabrics, makeup, iron tools. On stage, actors' faces were painted white, red, and black. People bustled about, chatting, pausing, buying goods, and watching plays. Most people at the fair came with their kin and pals, all cozy and close. They strolled hand in hand, chatting and laughing like peas in a pod. The Mansu and I were also hand in hand. There was a gap between us and them. Their merry chatter seemed far away, like it was on one side of the lantern light, while we were on the other. We reckless wanderers. In such lively place, we seemed like strangers out of place. So, without a word, we veered away from the hubbub into the quiet. As we walked on, the din faded into the buzz of insects, a solitary sound. We walked from the temple of Fair in the west to the Shan River in the east. Mansui crouched by the river, dipped her hand in the cold water. The breeze blew past, and the fallen petals rustled down, then drift along the dark river. The petals spun like a boat set adrift. She reached out her hand, her fingers wandering in the water, and both slipped through the gaps in her finger and drifted off further down the river. She watched the petals drift in the distance, lost in thought. Are you playing in the water? After watching her for a while, unable to figure out what she was doing, I awkwardly started a conversation. No, I'm thinking about my dad. You used to think about your sister the most, didn't you? How come you're thinking about your dad now? I started thinking about my dad after we arrived in Loyang. I asked, she answered, I wonder if it's just my imagination. Since arriving in Loyang, this last seemed to have had something on her mind, becoming much quieter. Could it be that she's disappointed with Loyang? Before coming here, she thought Loyang was bustling. But now that she's here, she seemed to think that this big city wasn't all that. Even though the temple fair was lively, she felt out of place. Master, I want to ask you something. Just as I was guessing her thoughts, she suddenly asked me, Yes? Yep. Yeah, I think she talks about me. If your enemy someday gets better, stop killing and turn into a thoroughly good person, were that to happen, would you still think you have to take revenge? Mansui didn't look at me. She dipped her hand in the river and asked me quietly, Eh, that's what the last was thinking about. Kids, always seeing things so simply. So the swine demon threw a temple fair today, shared a quick good time with people, and now she doesn't see him as an enemy anymore? Bad guys stay bad, it's hard to change. Even if that swine demon is throwing a temple fair today, seeing people laughing and joking around doesn't mean he's a good person. After all, there are more people he's killed, more families he's ruined, all stuff you aren't seeing and hear. Plus, even if a bad guy turns over a new leaf, they can't just wipe away their past crimes. If it were me, shit. No matter how much my enemy change, I still go for them for revenge. I spoke to Mansui slowly, one word at a time. This time, I, who usually didn't say much, told her a lot. These words were probably all my thoughts. For many years, I pondered the same question. If my parents didn't die from natural disaster, but because of someone's wrongdoing, would I seek revenge? I think I probably would. If my enemy was a specific person, not just an act of heaven, I'd have a clear target, thinking all day about killing him. Then I wouldn't have been haunted by the nightmare of the day for so many years, fearing it repeatedly, even scared of the sight of fire. Oh, speaking of fire, didn't the waiter say there would be a fireworks over Loyang tonight? How come we haven't seen them yet? Getting late now. Surprised they haven't lit up the sky with fireworks yet. Let's head back to the inn. Curfew hits soon. Time to call in the night. I told Mansui. She nodded, stood up, and reached out her hand, wanting to hold mine. Hand over your money. Just then, a voice rang out behind us. I glanced at the noise source. Two ragged beggars stood near the dark riverbank. They wore shabby clothes, their faces grimy with coal dust. Both had crooked teeth in their half-open mouths. One brandished a notched cleaver, the other a wooden stick. One had squint, the other blinked frequently. Skinny and short, they didn't seem too tough as robbers. Hey, why are you standing there? We said we were taking your money, fork it over. Yeah, what he said. If not money, then food, please. You're mugging in the city? Aren't you scared? I'll fetch the soldiers. I gave them a scornful look. These crony two didn't seem to grasp their situations. Might not even have to unsheath my blade. Might as well have a chat, see what they're all about. Soldiers, you won't find any around here. They're all at the temple fair. No one's around here. Yeah, can't find them. Lazy bunch. They don't care. Reporting crimes. The two beggars moved closer to me, looking tough. What if I say no? We got numbers. Don't want your daughter seeing you get hurt, do you? Hand over the money. The squinting beggars raised his voice, almost shouting at me. Ha, on the two of you, and we called it a crowd. I sneer again. Damn, tough talk. Let's go, bro. The squinting beggar, fed up with my teasing, finally got mad. He lunged at me with his battered knife, while the other one hesitated for a moment before also charging at me from the side. I scoffed. Stepping back with my left foot, I opened up some space. The squinting beggar, unable to stop in time, rushed past me. I lifted my foot and kicked him in the rear with a quick motion. Ah, God. My kick knocked him off balance, sending him tumbling to the ground in a heap. No, don't hit my bro. The starving beggar tightened his expression and charged towards me from the side. Despite holding a stick moments ago, he now dropped it onto the ground and attempted to reach out to grab me. I raised my hand, holding the sheath of my blade. First, I dodged his lunge, then I tapped him on the back with the sheath. Ah! With a thud, he almost fell to the ground, collapsing alongside his brother. The two of them lay piled on top of each other, one clutching his rear, the other his back, grimacing and groaning. Seriously, you don't think you can rope with these moves? I scoffed, my foot pressing down on the fallen duo. Hero, we won't dare again, never again. Please, we're sorry, let us go. The two beggars huddled together, cowering. I wonder how they even had the guts to attempt a robbery with such cowardly behavior. Say sorry and you're off, not happening. With the soldiers busy at the temple fair and no one around. Wait, what's all of a sudden? If I kill you here, who'll know? I sneered, and I'd pretend to reach for my blade as I talked. Honestly, it was obvious these two weren't out to kill me from the get-go, so I wasn't planning to off them either, but maybe it was time to scare them, teach them a lesson. Just don't hurt my uncle, spare my dad. Out of nowhere, I heard the girl crying out. I held my blade, turning to see who it was. A young girl appeared from the shadow of the nearby trees. She seemed about the same age as Kui, maybe 5 or 6 years old. The girl was thin, with half her face smeared with soot. Her hair all messy, and she wore a patched-up coarse hemp garment. But her eyes were striking clearly. She stared at me with big round eyes, mix of fear, anger, and frustration evident in her gaze. Bad man, You step on my daddy and uncle. I'll hit you, hit you. She grabbed the stick her uncle left behind and swung it at my leg. But her lack of strength made it flop against my leg harmlessly, like a drunk tottering around. I kept quiet, watching her with a stern face. She swung with the stick clumsily, crying. Tears rolled down her delicately coal-stained cheeks like little pearls. My child, don't hit the hero. Hero, mercy, mercy. She's just a child. Don't hold a grudge. The squinting beggar, seeing his daughter hitting me repeatedly, seemed worried that I might retaliate against the girl and started pleading with me. Seeing them in this state, I felt a strange sense of guilt, as if I were the robber and they were the ones being robbed. Master, she probably hoped I let these beggars go. Seeing these two foolish beggars with a little girl to care for, my anger faded. I felt like I could let them go. But is it just about letting them go? Is there something else I need to do? Uh, should I? I think it's weird, but yeah, I guess. Stop it. I stopped the little girl, and at the same time, I stopped stepping on the beggars lying on the ground. I'm not going to kill your dad and uncle, so you don't need to hit me either. I grabbed the girl's stick and said to her. The girl stopped hitting me. She dropped the stick and looked at me all sad, like I was the one who'd been whacking her with it. You really won't kill them? Nope, I said it, I stick to it, I said quietly. Meanwhile, I reached out to help the two beggars lying on the ground. Get up. What were you two robbing anyway? I asked as I helped the two beggars up. The two just pulled up by me, were still a bit shaken, didn't react right away. Got hands and feet, why not working for a living? I asked again, a hint of impatience in my tone. Master, hero. We want to do work for a living too, but we're struggling to find anything. Me and my brother, we just born ugly, and he can't talk straight. Back when times were good, we could find work, but now with all the shops closing, there's nowhere for us. My woman, she got sick a few months back. We couldn't afford treatment, and she died, so my girl lost her mom. These past few months, forget treatment, we can't even afford to eat, so we're out here begging for scraps. Couldn't make it last. People nowadays are all poor, can't beg much. There's temple fair happening out west today. Got blinded by hunger, but with no lawman around, we could try robbing. Hero, we're just hungry, so famished. We aren't seeing things right. That's why we bother you like this, sorry. The squinting beggar told me his whole story. I watched the girl next to him closely, and when he talked about her mother, her eyes seemed to lose some spark. Judging by their robbery skill, they didn't seem like regular thieves. They must be truly starving to even think about robbing during the fair. Hungry? I asked the beggar girl. Been hungry a while, belly's aching. She whispered to me. I listened to her, reaching into my bundle. The squinting beggar beside us kept a close eye on me, his scared gaze glued to my every move. I understood his concern. He was likely afraid I suddenly pull out the blade and harm the girl. After searching through my bundle for a while, I found a handful of silver pieces. Here, take these silvers, 3 taels, tomorrow. Go to the market, get yourself some food. It'll keep you going for a few months. Oh, we can't just take this. Take it. It's not for you, it's for the girl. I saw her father and uncle right in front of her. Consider the silver as an apology. I stepped up, slipped the silvers into the beggar's girl hand. She glanced down, checking out the silver. Then she looked up. Her big eyes locked onto me. I flashed a quick grin, trying to be friendly. Seeing my smile, tears filled her eyes. Thank you. She bit her lip, kept her head down, and took the silver. I caught her quiet thanks, feeling a bit warmer inside. After that, Mansui and I said goodbye to the beggar family. We walked by the river through the dark, dirty alleys of Loyang. Many people were ragged in clothes, wrapped up in hay, sleeping on the side of the road. They were sprawled out or curled up, some even lying face down, not making a peep. Most of them were alone. but a few were huddled with their families, keeping warm together. They seemed more likely to be alive and sleeping than the others. It was hard to tell if they were asleep or dead. If they were asleep, they might not be far from dead. If they were dead, at least they were resting peacefully. The vermilion gates reeks of meat and wine. By the roadside of stark and frozen lie. I heard this saying somewhere. Now thinking about it, it fits Loyang to a T. In the city, some get more grain that they can gobble, and they are so stuffed that they turn to eating little girls alive. Yet others go hungry, starving to death right on the street. Is this the intended way of the world? After all the disasters, the rich get richer, the poor get poorer. Is this how the world's supposed to be? I reckon I've really changed. A few months back, I wouldn't even think twice about this. Back then, in this world of chaos, all I cared about was staying alive and do whatever it took to survive, even if it means sacrificing others. Except for not killing women or kids, I had almost no limits. But now, after killing Tom and settling those little girls, it's tough for me to go back to the killing trade. Whenever it comes to killing someone, maybe I'll feel a twinge of mercy. Because, the ones I love might be somebody's father or son. What made me change? Was it this journey of a mere month? Was it those lamps? Was it shadow play? Or was it her? I couldn't help glancing over at Mansui beside me. Hey lass, I called out. She kept walking quietly, lost in her own world. What's up? She raised her eyes, looking at me with confusion. I don't know why. Maybe it's just me. But it seemed like her eyes were red. Was this last thing? Thinking about last something? Thought about it. I'm not selling you, I said to her, each word deliberate. Not selling me? She seemed to struggle to believe what I was saying. She tilted her head slightly, looking at me with confusion. Yeah, not selling you. Thought about it. But selling you won't fetch much. How about this? You stick with me from now on. We head south together till we get to... Bam. All of a sudden, I heard a huge bang. It cut me off mid-sentence. Fireworks shot up into the night sky, bursting against the black backdrop of the night. Red, yellow, and purple lights all mixed together, blooming. My heart raced for a moment. The burst of fireworks caught me off guard. For a moment, I pictured the explosion back in the capital. Blood rain, building falling, countless souls lost in an instant. But it didn't last. Soon enough, I shook it off and came back to reality. No. Just as I was caught off guard by the sudden fireworks, Mansui suddenly spoke up. No? That's probably her response to my earlier idea. I suggested to her that I wouldn't sell her anymore, but instead I wanted to head south with her, though I hadn't really figured out what to do with her after that. Would make me living together doing shadow plays, or would I find her a good future in some prosperous southern place? I didn't know, and I was a bit lost about the future. But I didn't expect this last to just say no outright. Why not? I asked, taken aback. Bam, she was about to talk with another firework pop in the night sky. The noise from the firework was so loud it drowned out her words. Damn annoying. I felt a bit irritated towards these fireworks. I've been waiting for so long. What'd you say just now? I raised my voice, asking her loud and clear. She turned and looked at me. Master Liang, I got to pee, just wait here. She lifted her head and spoke slowly. At this hour? Alright, hurry up. I glanced around, unsure where the outhouse was, but she probably wouldn't mind. Bam! Another firework burst into the sky. The fireworks painted the whole Loyang in dazzling colors, truly beautiful. But the loud noise made it impossible to talk normally. Annoying. Sigh. Got some things to say. I'll chat with her later. After I agreed to let her go pee, Mansui bolted off. Funny thing, Worrying about not getting to talk to her made me realize I wasn't afraid of fireworks anymore. The image of the explosion from years ago, which had briefly flashed in my mind just now, didn't come back. Seems like I finally shaken off that old nightmare. After waiting a bit longer, memories of what happened about 20 days ago crept into my mind. That day, we just left Huazhou and were wandering around Mount Huasan. That night, she said she needed to go to P2. I turned away and she tried to stab me with a dagger. Heh, that last could be ruthless. She was kind of those little girls and even showed pity to beggars we just encountered. So why was she quick to try to kill me? Why is it taking so long? About an instant six time has passed. The fireworks ended, but Mansui still hadn't come back. Puzzled, I stepped out onto the street. Last, I walked out the alley, crossed the river, and arrived at the dense bushes. She wasn't there. Didn't seem like she went to PF here. Mansui? I pushed through the bushes, past a few houses, and checked a couple of outhouses. Still no sign of her. Where are you? I went back the way we came, looking around as I went. Still couldn't find her. She's gone. Really gone. Just like the fireworks went off, she tricked me again. That last acted like she needed to pee, then vanished. Fell for it again. This time she didn't try to stab me, she just disappeared into Loyang fireworks. To be alive. Sui. Amidst the darkness, I heard Mom's voice. I opened my eyes. Mom was leaning against my bed while grabbing my sweaty arms. I furrowed her brows with the worried look. I had a nightmare. Because of the dream I just had, I woke up drenched in cold sweat, and my head was buzzing. I reached out and touched my face, feeling two streaks of tears on it. I must have cried in my sleep. Sui, how come you suddenly started crying while you were sleeping? I had a nightmare. A nightmare? I recounted the dream I just had to my mother, my voice trembling and choked with sobs. That dream really was scary. In the dream, our family experienced great calamity, and none of us had anything to eat. Dad went somewhere far to sell the family heirloom in exchange for some food, but he never came back. But sometime after that, my younger brother died. Mom went mad as hell and cooked my brother's flesh. I thought Mom was going to kill me, so I went to find some wild grass for her to eat. When I returned, I found out Mom had hung herself. Shh, stop right there. Sui, how can you speak of such ominous things? If your dad comes home later and hears this, he's going to beat you up. I described my dream to Mom, and the more she listened, the angrier she got. She thought the dream I described was ominous and made a gesture as if he was going to hit me. When is Dad coming back? I squinted my eyes while I dodged Mom's fake move and I smiled that. I really wanted to see that. I was worried that something might happen to him like it did in my dream. Sui, at this moment, I suddenly hear my dad shout. Dad stepped into the door, carrying a huge bag on his back, with a warm smile on his face. I immediately go out of bed, dash over and hug Dad's thigh. Hey, Dad is back. Dad smiled and stroked my head. What happened? Did you sell the family heirloom? How much did you get? Mom asked Dad somewhat eagerly, wanting to know how much he sold the family heirloom for. Haha, I didn't sell it. Dad gave her a hearty laugh. Huh? Why not? Because this family heirloom is priceless. With it around, we always have food. We can never sell it. Dad spoke with a smile, joyfully glancing at the bag behind him. He put the bag in the bed and took the family heirloom out from it. The family heirloom was a piece of grayish white meat with concentric ring patterns on it. It wriggled slowly as if it was alive. Squee, we finally discovered the wonders of family heirloom. Grandma suddenly popped out of nowhere, praising Dad in a mysterious manner. Dad, why can't this thing always keep us fed? My brother also asked that curiously as he held on to my dad's other thigh. Grandma and my brother appeared all of a sudden. I wasn't sure where they were hiding before. I actually didn't see them at all. Ah, it's a long story. Actually, I had planned on selling the family heirloom, but on my first night out, when I slept with it in my arms, I heard the deity's voice. The deity said, "This family's heirloom is deity meat. He dropped, he has a kind heart, and want to save our family. So he taught me how to use this meat. He said, soak this meat in water and boil it. It'll multiply when cooked. The more you eat, the more it grows. You'll never finish it." Dad excitedly shared with us, his eyes gleaming with joy. What great news! Then let's hurry and cook this meat. So we go chop some wood. When she heard it, Mom also shared Dad's joy. She quickly urged me to go chop some wood. Seeing them like this, I also felt overjoyed. However, I was also a bit worried. If the deity allowed us to eat this meat, is it still fine to eat it? Nothing will happen to us, right? What exactly does deity meat taste like? With a curious mindset, I gathered up the dry firewood in the corner of the house. Use this to chop the wood. My brother handed me a knife. This knife didn't look like it was used to chop wood. Instead, it looked like a cleaver for chopping wood. Where's the wood chopping knife? Yeah, we don't have it. This is the only one left. My brother looked at me and smiled, revealing his canines. Sigh. He must be playing me intentionally and making it hard for me to chop wood. That was why he gave me this cleaver instead. But whatever, I didn't want to scold him. I took the cleaver anyway. It could be used to chopping wood if I exerted more force. I swung the cleaver in my hand, chopping in the firewood. Every time I chopped a piece of wood, my brother would throw it into the stove. As I chopped the wood, I stole a glance at Dad beside me. Dad was making a fire nearby, preparing to put the deity meat in the pot. He chatted here and there with Mom and speculated about how the deity meat would taste. After a long while, I had worked so hard that my clothes were drenched with sweat, but I finally chopped all the wood. Does this deity meat really multiply as it cooks? I threw the last piece of firewood under the pot, and then asked Dad skeptically, "Of course it does. Come check it out if you don't believe it." Dad smiled while he spoke, and he made a gesture for me to come and see. I wiped off the sweat from my forehead, threw away the cleaver, and then leaned over the pot to check it out. The pot was boiling, the broth simmering, and the deity meat bobbing up and down. I kept staring at it initially. I didn't notice much meat, but gradually, as the deity meat was cooked, it actually multiplied into a bunch of pork. Wow! I shouted happily. I was drilling non-stop while I looked at the cooked pork. Too much. That's really too much. There's so much meat already. It's coming out of the pot. Hurry and grab some bowls to scoop it out. Mom and my brother talked while gathered around the pot. Dad then grabbed a bowl to serve the meat to us. Here, so you'll have the first piece, then Kai. Leon, you will have one, then Mom will have one. Dad kept serving us the meat, dividing it among the bowls. I took the bowls Dad handed me and started eating the meat. I took a bite of the meat from the deity meat. The meat looked and smelled like pork, but it tasted a bit different. The meat was tougher, making it difficult to bite into. But I was too hungry. It had been so long since I had meat, so I bit a huge chunk. Only after the meat went down my stomach and I got aftertaste of it, did I realize there was a sour taste to it. So sour, so gamey. The smell of the meat born from the eating meat reminded me of the kitten's meat that we cooked at home not long ago. Although I didn't eat it, I remember the smell by heart. Shit. Huh? I heard the kitten meowing. The kitten that I once had suddenly came up to my feet and started meowing at me. She rubbed her head against me in a joyful manner, then sat down, wagged her tail, and licked her paw. Ah, I must have remembered it wrong. It turned out we actually never ate the kitten. Sis, how to cook meat? Not bad, it's pretty tasty. So come try this raw meat too. I tried one and it tastes really good, even better than the cooked ones. My brother, my brother and mother handed me pieces of meat one after another. My brother gave me cooked meat, while my mother gave me raw. She had already tried to cook. By now, I think I had a bit too much of it. So I became interested in raw meat and stared at the piece my mother had. Mom, where did this meat come from? When you were chopping wood, I sliced a piece of the deity meat and it grew from that. Huh? Did Dad say we have to boil it in the pot in order to have it multiply? Haha, our family is fortunate, so the deed gave us extra. That is plain to me while smiling. Upon hearing my dad's word, I felt relief of any suspicion and became even happier. So I moved closer to Mom and started nibbling on the piece of raw meat she handed me. The raw meat cracked in my mother's palm was pink. It was like greedy kitten, burying my head in her hand, and biting directly into the meat she handed me. It was a bit harsh to bite into. However, it was really delicious. Mom was right. The meat from the deity meat didn't necessarily have to be cooked. It was delicious raw too. Eating it raw allowed me to fully appreciate the meat's flavor. As I chewed, I could feel the taste of blood surging to my head, bringing waves of exhilaration. I quickly devoured the meat. I was scared to starve again, so I kept eating, not daring to stop for a second. Every time I finished a piece, Mom passed me a new one. It seems like we indeed didn't have to worry about being hungry. Sweet, slow down, there's no rush. Mom saw how I devoured the meat and laughed softly. Dad, Grandma, and the kitten also laughed. I didn't respond to them and I just buried myself in the meat as I kept eating. I was really starving. I needed to keep eating non-stop. However, after I dug in for a little while, I noticed something unusual. Huh, Mom? What is it? I spat out the thing I just ate. It was a strand of dark fiber in my hand, and I picked them up to examine them closely. I thought they were wild grass at first, but then upon closer inspection, they startled me. Mom, something's not right. How so? How come your diddy meat has your hair in it? With teary eyes, I asked Mom in a trembling voice. After I asked the question, it seems like my mom froze in place. Her once gentle smile became stiff, and she remained motionless like a statue. Dad, Grandma, my little brother, and even the kitten, who were all laughing moments ago, stopped moving, as though they'd become a painting. I was living in a painting, the only one capable of moving. Ah! I screamed in horror and raised my head to tear apart the canvas before me. Shadows swirled around me as my fantasy quickly shattered and crumbled. It was all a lie. There was no one else. I sat alone in an empty house. I held the cleaver on my left hand and a lump of flesh on my right hand. I froze in place, motionless, Thick blood oozed through the gaps of my palm and dropped onto the floor with a steady rhythm. Flies came buzzing around, sickening me. The pungent smell of blood filled the room, saturating every breath. Darkness crept up my arms little by little, consuming every inch of my skin. I wasn't hungry anymore. Exhaustion, weakness, and the sensation of skin covering my hand disappeared, but in their place was more unpleasant discomfort. Blech! I retched, unsure if it was due to nausea or sorrow. I tried hard to vomit. I wanted to puke something out, but my efforts were in vain. Perhaps my stomach knew what I needed better than my brain. It wouldn't let me puke anything that would keep me alive. Mom, little bro, sorry, I'm sorry. I was so hungry that I couldn't tell. Sorry, I didn't mean to do it. You won't blame me, right? Say something, anything. Say something. Early in the morning, I stepped out of the house, leaving bloody footprints. Stepped on the fallen leaves and mud until I reached the cliff about half a mile from home. The wind was cold on the cliff, and below it was pitch black, making it impossible to gauge its depth. The night wind brushed against me, and I felt alive in a way I never had before. It was also the first time I felt such a profound sense of wanting not to be alive. The kitten, Grandma, Dad, my little brother, Mom, they were all gone. It was all like a nightmare. I wanted to wake up from that nightmare. So as long as I jump from the cliff, I wake up. Just jump. I took a step forward. My eyes were closed, but I stopped with my foot in midair. It's alright, Sue. You're not going to starve to death. You're going to survive and live a very long life. I wasn't sure why, but when I was about to jump, the words Dad had said to me back then echoed in my ears. His voice lingered, making me feel nostalgic. Dad, where exactly did you go? Dad, why did you come back? I wasn't sure if Dad was really there or not. He spoke to me before I was going to jump off the cliff. That made me feel like he might still be alive. If Dad was still alive, then I should be too. Then one day I will find him. I will tell him all the agony I've gone through. Then we will continue on living as long as we have each other. If Dad died, if he was murdered, then I will get revenge for that, for our family. I will kill whoever killed him. No, I must kill the bastard. Early the next morning, I cut off half of my hair with a knife and carried the knife with me. To be able to stay alive longer, I knelt and begged for my family's forgiveness. I then brought parts of my brother and my mom with me in a bag on my back. Finally, I set a fire, burned the house down, and embarked on my journey. I died. The past me starved to death in that house. I was a corpse that died of hunger. I survived. The current me, with the help of my family, had survived and was someone who would move forward. I needed to be alive. I wasn't staying alive for myself, but for my family members who passed away. I needed to find the truth about death not coming back. Oh, shit. If I couldn't find that, or if I found out Dad was already dead, then I must have seek revenge for my family and become the retribution for the sworn enemy who murdered Dad. That was the only reason for the dead me to continue living. The firework has finished and the curfew was approaching in Loyang. The lights in the city were extinguished one by one. Street vendors were packed up their stalls, discussing how much silver they had earned that day. Soldiers were banging their drums, announcing the curfew before midnight, but pedestrians on the road continued their leisurely strolling. Adults held the children by their hands and youth supported by the elderly. People in the city woke up in pairs or groups, chatting and laughing as they headed home. Beggars gathered together, huddling in corners. Some were already asleep, while others watched the passerby returning home, their eyes revealing a hint of envy. I felt out of place among the people in the city. I hurriedly navigated through the crowd, walking against the flow of people, searching for the figure I had just lost. Mansui was gone. She had mentioned needing to relieve herself during the fireworks, but then she disappeared. I couldn't understand why she had vanished. Yes, she has indeed run off, but I couldn't fathom why. I wasn't planning on selling her anymore, and I wasn't going to send her to her death at the hands of the swine demon, not make her child bride. So why did she run? Had she encountered some danger, like being abducted? That was a possibility. However, she was always very cautious, and it was hard for me to imagine her being kidnapped. I searched through the nearby slums, rundown temples, and under bridges, encountering many refugees and beggars, but I didn't find her. Where on earth had she gone? It was time for curfew in the city. The streets were deserted, the night watchmen patrolled, banging their drums and repeating the same phrases. It was forbidden to be outside during curfew. It was bad, faced punishment, so I had no choice but to return. Well, I'll try looking for her again tomorrow. I've been searching for nearly 2 hours now and still couldn't find her. She probably wasn't abducted. Even if she were, I shouldn't worry too much. That brat was quite clever. It shouldn't take long for her to figure out her way out of safety. If she truly wanted to live on her own, then so be it. Perhaps she just simply didn't want Talk to stay with me anymore. I'll get some rest first. I lay in my bed, repeating reassuring words over and over in my head, but I still couldn't fall asleep after a while. I got up, checked the latch on the room door, and made sure my blade was by my side, and then went back to bed. Just sleep, whatever, I'll figure it out tomorrow. So is she gonna kill me? The darkness quickly pulled my conscience into slumber. Not long after, I fell asleep, and my consciousness also slipped into a dream. Heavy rain poured down in torrents. The sound of rain was like continuous stream. It was as if the sky had split open, and raindrops cascaded down like beads from the sky. It had been a long time since I had seen such rain. I was standing on the street in Loyang, wearing a straw raincoat and bamboo hat. The display should have been bustling, but now it was deserted due to the rain. I walked forward aimlessly, trying to find a place to stay, but came across a strange sight. The sides of the road were littered with corpses, all of which were people I had killed. Most had their throats slit, some were missing limbs, and a few were cleft in half, their deaths gruesome beyond imagination. They were mostly men. Their eyes and mouths were half open, crawling, bleeding, crying in my direction. Their faces, once forgotten, were now vivid in my memory. 1, 2, 3, 10, 30. There were so many of them. Their final breaths were long overdue, but harsh whispers still escaped their mouth. I could vaguely catch their words. They were cursing me, wishing for my demise. So annoying. So damn annoying. I hastened my pace, dashing through the rain, desperate to leave those people behind and never see them again. During the 2 years when I was fleeing from the famine, I killed people because I had no choice. For each life I took, I saved another. Sometimes I had to kill people to save my own life. During the years when I was a bandit, I also killed people because I had no choice. What else could a homeless man like me do? What else was I supposed to do besides bandit just to survive? Now I'm becoming a good person. I did good things. I helped those kids, so I'm not a wolf anymore. I'll be a good person from now on, and I'll stop killing people. Don't bother me anymore. I kept repeating that in my mind, my step getting faster and faster. Finally, I shook off those people I had killed. Whoosh! A soft breeze passed by, causing me to pause in my tracks. The sky remained dark, as if the entire sky was on the verge of collapsing. ready to crush the entire city. However, the rain stops. The instant the rain stopped, I shook off those people. I saw a familiar figure. At the far end of the road stood a slender figure, Mansui. She was standing at the far end of the street in Loyang with her back toward me. She was standing on the street just after it had rained. The pavement reflected her figure like a bronze mirror, making her look as though she was standing on the river. She was soaked, maybe drenched from the storm. Her hair, met with water, clung onto the nape of her neck. Droplets covered her body, and wet clothes clung to her skin, clearly outlining her slender figure. Hey, little brat. I quickly took a step forward, trying to approach her. Regardless, the appearance of the little brat still put me at ease. I got closer and reached out to pat her shoulder. She shivered, seemingly surprised by my touch, but she didn't turn back. Why didn't she turn back and look at me? Pitter patter. Suddenly, the rain intensified, pounding down harder than before. If the earlier rainfall was like someone smashing an abacus in the sky, this one was like tearing apart the pearl curtain of heaven. Raindrops fell relentlessly from the sky, threatening to engulf the entire city. What the hell kind of rain is this? Nervously, I look around, noticing the water level rising beneath my feet. The water passed my ankle, my calves, then my knees, and kept rising. The entire city seemed to be submerged in the torrents of the river. Panic washed over me. Hey! I woke up and tried to grab the little brat's hand. She was short after all. It would be easy for her to be submerged by rapidly surging water level. However, the instant my hand touched her, her figure began to blur gradually. While her body became blurry, she finally turned her head to gaze at me. Her expression seemed to be crying, yet a faint smile tugged at her lips. Her eyes were tinged with regret and resentment, but her face wore an indifference of disillusionment with life and death. What exactly did you want to say? What exactly do you want to do? I gazed at her confused. I couldn't understand her expression, then nor grasp what was on her mind. She vanished bit by bit, and I wanted to stop it all. Hey, little brat, don't disappear. Don't. I shouted at her as loud as I could, but my voice was drowned out by the storm. I called her name over and over again, but it was no use. Eventually, she still vanished. Ah, I woke up from the dream. I was sitting on the bed at the inn, my back soaked with cold sweat. What was that dream? I had a dream about that little brat. What did that dream mean? What did that dream mean? I didn't really get its meaning. I wiped the sweat from my forehead and scrambled out of bed. I grabbed my blade, packed my belongings, and then headed to the inn's lobby, intending to leave. Glancing out at the people on the street from inn's lobby, I saw a bustling activity indicating it was at least mid-morning. How come I got up this late? I'll go find that little brat again today. Last night's dream intensified the sense of uneasiness in my heart. At this moment, I simply wanted to find her immediately. Hey there, hold up! The waiter at the inn called out to me when I was about to leave. What is it? I furrowed my brow and asked the waiter, feeling a bit confused. Mister, when you checked in yesterday, did you have a little girl with you? The waiter asked me. I instantly felt a pang of anxiety. Yeah, I did. What happened? Was she here just now? Yeah, she came a bit for this morning, bell rang. She forced a massive tip on me and asked me to give you something. What's that? I stared blankly at the waiter. The waiter handed me a small bag. Ah, could it be she's returning the shoe that I gave her? I took a guess as I looked at the small bundle. The size of the bundle didn't seem right for shoes. I slowly unwrapped the bundle and the thing inside caught me by surprise. It was a pouch. The pouch was red, sewn together with patches, yet it looked new, adorned with the pale character "Anne" on top. Is this? I mumbled myself while looking at the pouch. A sudden step of pain shot through my temple. In an instant, memories I thought I had forgotten flooded back into my mind. 4 years ago, in the last few months, I encountered a man in the mountain. The man was dressed like a peasant from northern Shan, wearing a bamboo hat and carrying a bag on his back. He kept going west at a brisk pace. He wiped the sweat off his forehead as he walked in, his eyes filled with eager anticipation. Suddenly, I dashed out from the bushes and tackled him to the ground. Without waiting for him to say something, I plunged the dagger into his heart and pressed all my weight on him. He struggled desperately, trying to grab my dagger and get me off of him. At the same time, his eyes were fixed on me, almost on the brink of tears, pleading with fear for me not to kill him. When I kill, I often avoided the gaze of the victim, so I took off his hat and covered his face with it, refusing to look at him. In the end, I pressed his head with the hat in one hand, while tightly gripping the dagger plunged into his heart with the other. He struggled violently for a bit, kicked his leg twice, then went completely still. After he died, I searched his body and found a small red pouch. The pouch was tiny, embroidered with the light color character N on it. I remember this pouch. I saw this long time ago. At the time, after killing that man, I carried this pouch with me for more than a year. After a year, since I didn't take on any job for 2 months, I was a bit strapped for cash. I sold this pouch to a dodgy pawn shop in Huazhou. Before months we left, she specifically left me this pouch. What did she want to tell me? Did she say have anything to do with this pouch? Did she have anything to do with the man back then? Could it be? She's the man's daughter? She and that man indeed look a bit alike. Plus, if she really were the daughter of the man, then a lot of things would make sense. I stood in shock, carefully sorting through my memories of her. From my first encounter in Huazhou, I felt she was different from the other girls and somewhat suspicious. The night we left Huazhou, she pretended she wanted to pee so she could assassinate me. She only shortened after her assassination attempt failed and threw away the blade. She told me about her life story, taught me shadow play, and learned about my experiences. I became more acquainted with her along the way. As we spent more time together, she subtly changed me. After that, I killed a ton for the girls, trying to secure a better life for them even though I might not get much money out of it, and I wasn't planning on selling her anymore. Gradually, I transformed into a better person. I no longer desired the life of the bandit and wanted to start anew. She said a lot of things, but perhaps not much was true. The swine demon killed her sister and destroyed her entire family. These were probably fake. Her age, her background, and the things she said were probably all fake. The purpose of her approaching was only to avenge her father. But why didn't she kill me after that? Why did she just leave like that? There were indeed a lack of opportunity in the beginning. After all, she rushed into things on the very first day and tried to kill me. I was still very wary of her at the time. I threw away her blade but still kept an eye on her. However, why did she try to kill me again after that? While we were staying at the inn in Haizhou, she had an opportunity to steal a kitchen knife. On the wagon in Loyang, she could have easily killed me while I was sound asleep. Why didn't she kill me? I clenched the pouch tightly. Guilt, fear, confusion, sadness, and bewilderment. Various tumultuous emotion made it difficult for me to find peace. I didn't know what her logic was in doing these things. Why didn't she kill me after all? Why did she live by herself? Why did she give me this pouch in the end? What exactly did she want? I just didn't get it. Besides asking you to give me this thing, did she say anything else? I asked the waiter in trembling voice, trying to gather more intel to figure out her intent. Huh? Did she say something? No, I don't think so. Think hard. Mister, she really didn't say anything else. She simply said to give you this thing and something else. I nodded, grabbed my luggage, and left without a word. I thought this little brat would leave me a message or something, but nope. Why? Actually, I'm her sworn enemy because I murdered her father. But then she just left without doing anything. Or what was the significance of her deed? I had no idea, but still decided to go out and look around. I planned to retrace the step we took yesterday, as people who might have seen us. If I could find her, I would be able to ask her and unravel all the unanswered mysteries. Though I had no idea how I was going to face her. Should I apologize or try to explain? I didn't know. I first went to the market where the temple fair was held yesterday. The market today lacked the vibrancy of last night. Scattered individuals were cleaning the ground, while small vendors were setting up stalls, calling out their wares. The occasional passerby pausing briefly. I revisited the riverside where she and I had been yesterday. Yesterday, we had encountered a beggar family with a little girl here. Well, we got robbed. I looked around, but it didn't seem like the beggar family were there. There was only one elderly man fishing by the riverside, his eyes half closed. Hey! While I was staring at the elderly man and hesitating to ask, a voice sounded from behind me. The beggar girl from yesterday. Ah, it's you. I gave her a quick look and greeted her. You're not hungry today? I bought a big pancake with silver piece you gave me. I'm not hungry anymore. The beggar girl smiled and blinked her eyes. As she spoke, she took out a palm-sized pancake from a pocket and showed it to me. Are you looking for someone? The kid from yesterday? Yeah, I'm looking for her. Have you seen her? Of course. You have? When? I saw her yesterday. She was with you. I was initially thrilled when I heard she had seen Mansui. However, when she meant by I've seen her actually happened yesterday, that left me a bit disappointed. Oh, and today too, I've seen her as well. Uh-huh. Today when? I don't know how to count time. I guess it was very early when I saw her walking along the riverbank. The beggar girl pointed me toward the road. Strictly speaking, this wasn't exactly giving directions. She was pointing out the entire road along the riverbank. Thank you. Nevertheless, I still thanked her and quickly set off. I had a lead. It seemed that the little brat had walked along the river. She off herself? After sneaking away, she didn't leave the city but instead continued along the river. Wait, why would she walk along the river? Why? I pondered as I walked briskly. River. Did she ever mention anything about a river? Oh, it seems she actually did. My memory's a bit foggy. I was really young then. My dad took me to Loyang. I remember the river in the city with a lake at the end. I think I got lost back then. Walked along that river crying till I reached the lake. That's where I found my dad. While in the wagon, the little brat mentioned feeling like she had been to Loyang before. She said her dad had brought her to Loyang when she was little. At the time she got lost. But why would she make up such a story? I couldn't understand, but I still planned to follow her lead, so I walked along the river, intending to find a lake at the end of the river, as she had. I searched for a long time. I walked for several hours. I didn't get anything, yet I kept walking. From day to dusk, I kept walking. Just when I was about to give up, thinking there was no lake inside Loyang, I seemed to have found one. The water of Chan River flowed to the southeast corner of the city. where there was not immediately a small lake. According to the old man who gave me direction, the lake was a bustling port during Sui and Tang dynasties. But it fell into disuse and few people came over here dying. Nowadays, the lake is not used for navigation. It's just an abandoned lake within the city serving no purpose. A few years ago, a woman whose chastity has been ruined jumped onto this lake. Her body never surfaced, and since then, the lake seems haunted, with reports of women crying echoing around. Many people detest the ominous air. So even fewer people came here. The inner circle was a dirty marsh, middle circle on the outer. I searched around but didn't find Mansui. It seemed she wasn't here. I knew it was a long shot, but that she would come here. What would she be doing at a place like this, like anyway? Huh? A few dozen yards from me, there was a series of shallow footprints pressed into the muddy ground. The footprints clearly belonged to someone who wasn't wearing shoes. They led all the way to the lakeside. The footprints were small, about half the size of my hand. They looked like the footprints of that little brat. My spirit lifted as in searching for long hours. I finally found what seemed to be her trace. So I quickly ran toward and following the footprints. Squish. Step by step, I followed the footprints with difficulty. In the end, I found what she had left behind. I bent my head down to look at what was placed by the lake. For a long moment, I couldn't find the words. Shoes. By the lakeside lay a pair of shoes. The shoes were light blue. It's the shoes you gave her. And then, where did she go? I grew suspicious and unconscious. There were no return footprints. I froze. Based on the footprints, it seemed that the little brat had headed towards the lake. Why? After that, I never saw her again. I pondered for many days but still couldn't understand. Why did the little brat live like that, and why did she give me that pouch in the end? She revealed to me that it was her dad's murderer, but then chose to disappear. It's also inexplicable. Little brat, did you really jump into the river? Did you really die? Why didn't you seek revenge against me and instead choose to die on your own? What in the world was the meaning of all this? After that, I continued southward, inquiring about her along the way, but I never found any information. From then on, I've been searching for an answer that can never be found. And I didn't realize until many years later to be gone in such a sudden way, with the result of my never finding an answer, was her revenge on me. The gentlest yet cruelest revenge, ending gone. Oh shit. Still? Wait. Let me check first. Hmm. Oh, hang on. Okay, I'm very tired, so I have to end the stream.